Coke is strong too.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check.
Coke.
Right. Trying to bring you up on drugs.
Get those little airtime, like 5-second clips.
Deal with that.
All right, request that the board form a citizen or creates a citizen academy.
Some citizens.
Thank
You have to figure out what you want to say. But
Be my soda addiction.
What you got there?
This is
Soda addiction.
Good evening, everyone. At this time, the Suffolk Public Schools work session will be now called to order. And our first item on the agenda is the report from our Safety Audit Committee.
I'm on now. Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good. To Chairman Riddick and Vice Chair Howell, school board members, Dr. Gordon, and Suffolk Public Schools staff and administration. My name is Brandon Randleman, and I'm here to report on the Suffolk Audit the Suffolk Public Schools Safety Audit Committee report. I want to thank you all in advance for giving us this opportunity to serve on this committee. We have said all along we believe this is one of the most important and essential committees here for Suffolk Public Schools, because I think our top priority is to ensure that our students go to school safely and get a great education and come back home safely as well. So again, in advance, I want to thank you. Mr. LaFave has joined us. He has been our rock throughout this process, leading us and shepherding us through this process. So I am thankful for him as well. I'm thankful for him joining us up here today. I talk fast, so just let me know if I need to slow down, Mr. Chairman. These were our committee members. Mr. Rankin served as our chair. He did a really great job at getting us through this process. We are grateful for him, and they selected the big mouth guy to give the presentation today, and I'm thankful for them allowing me to stand before you today. I won't read everything word from word because I believe you all have the presentation as well. Is that correct, Dr. Gordon? But I just wanted to really highlight one of the first things is the School and Safety Audit Committee will be established to evaluate the safety conditions in each public school to identify, if necessary, and develop solutions for our physical safety concerns, including building security issues, and identify and evaluate any patterns of student safety concerns occurring on our school property. As I stated before, we know that it is our priority to just make sure our students are safe when they go and in our schools, and I think every single board member took that very serious. As we in this committee, we had very spirited dialogue, and we really took this opportunity and this civic duty serious throughout the process. Again, you all will have the opportunity to read this. I don't want to read this from word for word. I do want to emphasize the part on the highly sensitive information. I want to assure you all that majority of everything we did was in closed session. We went into closed session majority of our meetings, so any sensitive subjects that we did discuss, they were in closed session, and we can provide those details to you if you have any information, any questions regarding any sensitive matters that we discussed today. Today is more of a public open session presentation, but we can provide any of those confidential details or those closed session details that we did discuss to you all at a later date. I just wanted to provide a timeline for us of how we worked. Again, in September we started, and that's when, at the time, Dr. Brooks Buck met us and gave us the rundown of how we should operate at our committee. We took that very seriously, and we began to work expeditiously to produce this report today. We started in October, where we received the results from the school and safety audits and were presented to us, and from there, from November to January, the team worked to find approximate prices and solutions for our concerns. So we came up with concerns that we received from the previous audit report, and from there we worked to identify those concerns, propose a solution, and then we will present a price to you all on today. And that's kind of how we went about doing it the entire time. Was we saw the concern, we proposed a solution, and from there we then presented a price tag, the fun part, the price tag, to you all today. I want to note this, that these recommendations are not in any order. They're not prioritized. We believe that every recommendation we give to you all is essential, is important, and we ask that you, there I go, and we ask that you take and adhere to each one accordingly. Again, each recommendation, the slides are approximate prices and estimates. I know when we get into budget and things of that nature, we wanted to be just very clear that these are approximate prices for each recommendation. Okay. We wanted to start with the need of a traffic light at Florence Bowser Elementary School and Nansemond Parkway Elementary School. These are elementary schools, and while, of course, the students are not driving, we are seeing an increase in the parents coming to pick up their students and dropping off their students. We know that highway is a narrow highway. Unfortunately, we also know that in the past we had an incident at Nansemond River High School where, unfortunately, I believe one of our students passed away because of the traffic flow on that highway, and there is a light at Nansemond River, but even from my just going out there to kind of survey the area, the traffic is very, very heavy out there during the morning hour and the evening hour when those individuals are coming to pick up their children, as well as we have to keep in mind that buses are out there as well. So you have parents in their cars picking up their kids, but also we also have to understand that the buses are there. One of the things we will leave a question with you all about is that was kind of left unanswered from when we were talking to the city was, what is the criteria for a traffic light being out there, and who sets that criteria? We did not know if that was determined through the local city council or if that is determined through VDOT. And so I do want to pose that question to you all to look into is what is the criteria for a stoplight out there, and who actually sets that criteria, and what would qualify us to meet that criteria in order for that light to get out there. Like I said, as you see, we were able to get an approximate cost of how much each light will cost, but we did not get clarity on how we could receive approval for those lights if they were either installed at Florence Bowser or Nansma Parkway. Now, it is my understanding when Florence Bowser was rebuilt that the road was widened a little bit, and so that kind of did help with the influx of traffic flow, but we're still seeing issues out there. But as you know, Nansman Parkway is really kind of like on a curve almost, and if you're coming out and you're looking to the left, you may not see the cars coming towards you. And so we wanted to just emphasize those two schools. We have seen some improvement in the, like I said, at Florence Bowser, but Nansma Parkway is an area that we hope that we could possibly get a light at as well. In reference to the crosswalk, so I actually want to say it's a crosswalk and pedestrian crossing lights. If you all are not aware, at Kings Fork High School and Kings Fork Middle School, there are caution speeding lights to tell the vehicles to slow down. But right now, there is just a crosswalking lady with a stop sign, a crosswalking guard. She is stopping the vehicles. There is no pedestrian walkway, nor any flashing lights there for them to walk across between Kings Fork High School and Kings Fork Middle School. Again, the approximate cost for this would be $60,000. I don't know if that is an area, again, where the city it would have to be worked out between the school board and the city council, or if VDOT would have to be involved in that process as well. But what we do know right now, again, there is no crosswalk or pedestrian flashing lights. What we have is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what we have is the lights to caution cars to slow down. But as in for humans to walk across there, that is not there. One of our next recommendations is upgraded our camera system on our football fields. As we're aware, the football fields is a lot of open space, and if a security concern were to come up, it could turn into an interesting situation. Upon the situation, however it may turn out, when those that are investigating the situation, because it is so much open space, right now, we do not believe is adequate camera system out there for law enforcement or anybody that is investigating a matter if it will occur. We're trying to be proactive here. Our hopes is that nothing does occur, but in the event that it does, we do believe that there needs to be an upgraded camera system at our high school football fields. Again, the approximate cost for that would be about $100,000 per school, and really a major piece is that security concern because it's such an open space and an open field.
And we are currently working on Lakeland High School at this time, and I know Mr. Littlefield is actively involved in doing that, so we are working on one of our football fields at this time.
The next piece is additional radios needed. We all know that in the light of an emergency, cell phones can go down, many things can go down, and those radios are just extremely important for law enforcement, for school administrators, for school safety officers, for school resource officers, for everyone to communicate if an emergency were to occur. I don't know if you all are aware of this, but a large number of Suffolk Public Schools radios were banned due to national security concerns by the Department of Defense. About 25% of them were banned right now. 25% of those were banned, and so therefore we do see that our recommendation here would be a supply of 200 additional radios to be dispersed amongst all schools at an approximate cost of about $250 per radio at a rate of $50,000. Now, for the radios, is there any maintenance upkeep or something that they would have to pay annual cost for that one?
No, if there was maintenance issues, we certainly would work through the company for that. We have received 100 of those radios already, so we are now getting those back out to the different schools. So we are working on that piece, but we certainly could use additional ones.
Okay. Also, and from a scientific standpoint, there is a need of lockers to house chemicals in schools. Again, I know this is something you may not hear too often, but if chemicals got in the wrong hands of the wrong individuals, it could turn into another safety situation. There's not a sufficient number of suitable lockers to house these chemicals right now, and so we want to make sure these chemicals are put away properly, safely, in containers that are non-flammable and a proper storage facility. So we have the recommendation there of the size of the container also, and then also the approximate price for this. Again, I know it's not something that's heard too often when it comes down to school safety, but it is a matter that we have seen in our research and our studies that it has to be properly looked into, especially when it comes down to making sure they don't get in the wrong hands of our children, as well as any other individuals that may have a different motive than what our motive is, which is for them to scientifically learn in the classroom. And so we ask that you please look closely into that one. I know that it's probably a new one on your list, but we do ask that you all look into that one as well. I don't know, for you all that came in this way today, you saw our wonderful example that we brought with us today, and they are the newest, most advanced standalone metal detectors. They are extremely advanced. I believe they are used at large sporting events, is that correct, as well, and it is one of the things that we would like to see put in in the end, I believe, in the majority of all the schools, but right now we're starting in the high schools. Is that correct?
Our high schools currently have it. We just received our new order of 19 additional metal detectors, and we're actually getting those out to the schools as we speak, and I'll be working with them to train them on how to implement those and use those.
Right. So, and another thing is the sufficiency of them as well. As you can see, we walk right through them. If it detects something, they can quickly scan their bodies, but it's different from the older ones where sometimes they will detect anything. They'll go off for a belt or something so simple and cause the traffic flow. So again, we have to meet a certain state criteria on when school can start, how many minutes and hours students are in classrooms, and so it's imperative that we have efficient metal detectors, not just from a security purpose, but even the sufficiency of getting the students through there. We know from what we've seen more recently in the Newport News area, I believe at Rich Neck, from elementary to middle to high, that we are now at a time where we just have to be very mindful of what possibly could happen, regardless of the age, the grade, and so we believe that's why it's so important that we really get the correct metal detectors, because that is just our first point of stopping any possible tragedy from occurring in our schools. And so that is one of those things we really, really hope that you all look closely into, are the metal detectors and the metal detectors for each school. You see our recommendation here, 3 at each high school, 2 at each middle school, and 2 at each elementary school as well. And again, from our studies and research, we're seeing now, due to the incident that occurred in Newport News, that many schools across the nation are now advancing their metal detectors and placing them in every school, both elementary, middle, and high school. Again, the approximate cost per metal detector is about $20,000, and it'll be a $420,000 tab. I want to ask Mr. LaFay again, is there any maintenance? I'm assuming there's maintenance costs that may be associated with that as well? Yeah, okay, and that would be associated with that as well. The need for additional school resource officers at in each elementary school. Again, we used I think the incident in Tennessee. I think that was the elementary school, and so we see that whatever may occur is not a matter of what school it is, elementary, middle, or high. We just want to make sure all of our students are protected, both with metal detectors, but also the need of school resource officers. I think the key to a school resource officer is having a good lockdown system, and then having someone in there to be able to eliminate the threat at a more rapid and quicker pace in the process of law enforcement headed there. I know that many cities have drills and they have established processes of getting there, but having someone in there that is properly equipped, properly trained, and ready to go to eliminate any possible threat, we believe that is probably one of the most important reasons why we need those additional school resource officers in our schools. Did you have anything? Okay. And again, for those, that's a $90,000 per school resource officers. We all, we're aware when it gets into that, there's HR things and many different things, and we have discussed that, and we can go in further detail about that, on how the hiring process for school resource officers. We talked about various different ways to go about doing that. So actually, this one right here, cameras on buses to help monitor the systems who do not adhere to our bus stops, that process has already actually started. It was approved through the city. The city was starting the process as we were bringing forth the recommendation. When we had a meeting with the city, when we discussed with some city officials, they actually told us they were already working on it, finishing up the RFP process at the time. That process, they selected their vendor, and that vendor has begun the process. So currently, we are in the process of getting those added this school year, and I believe that price tag has already been taken care of as well.
And we're looking at 50 of our buses that are actually going to be implemented with the new cameras on each one of the buses. So that piece should be finished by the end of June, as I understand it.
Yeah. So that's one goal we achieved already. But we do ask that, from an oversight standpoint, just ensuring that, that process goes through properly for our students. The transportation department, if you all are not aware, one department that has a lot of visitors, parents, is the transportation department. Many people don't know this, and sometimes there are upset individuals that come to the transportation department. And we want to ensure that our staff that work there is in a safe environment. And so we are recommending that a camera buzzer system for that brick building be installed at the transportation department. Again, it may be something that if you're not involved with the integral workings of the everyday school board, you may not be aware of that, but they do have a lot more visitors than one may think that show up there, and sometimes those visitors can at times be a little bit combative, and so we want to make sure that that there's safety there for all involved, and even if it's not a combative visitor, it's still a lot of traffic flow at that particular office, and approximately that'll be at $7,000 per unit at a total cost of about $14,000. Some of our elementary schools, and again, I believe Florence Bowser has it now, but they need speakers on the outside. Again, this is a case where if an emergency were to occur and kids were playing on a playground or they were outside for whatever reason, many of our elementary schools do not have speakers on the outside. So whatever that issue may be, whatever the reason may be that they're outside, if something were to occur and a announcement needed to be made quickly, they may not necessarily hear it because for many of our elementary schools, there are no speakers there. Like I said, 6 of our elementary schools do not have speakers on the outside of the building near the playground. Currently, only way for those outside to hear announcements is on a radio, and we just expressed that our radios are a little outdated, so it's kind of like a 2-for-1 clash in there where we don't have the speakers on the building and then our radios are outdated. So it leads you to the question: where do we go from there? If you're at a school with no speakers and outdated radios, how do we properly communicate those two? And so again, that's one of those things where we would love to have both, but if we could at least get one or the other, but I'm always lobbying for both. And the approximate cost for that would be about $180,000 per school. Uh-oh, my little clicker messed up.
Mr. Littlefield, John?
My clicker stopped working. Looks like it's clicking here, but not up there.
You dropped out of our presentation, my bad.
I think I was on air quality. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. Okay. The need to install air quality detectors in high school bathrooms, to be quite frank and give an example, is vaping has become an issue at some of our high schools, and we understand that many students face different health challenges, and there should not be vaping occurring in schools. And so these are the need to install air quality detectors in each high school bathroom, and in these high school bathrooms, it'll detect what's going on. So similar to a fire alarm or fire detector of some sort as well. An approximate cost would be about $1,395 per restroom at about 32 detectors, and it'd be a $44,000. We believe really this is another one important, is having Narcan available at each high school in the nurse's office. We understand that we are facing many different things with opiates and various overdoses. Sometimes it's unbeknownst to many students or young people what they're possibly getting their hands on. But one thing we would hate is that an incident occurs in school and we have to wait on a medical transport or a school resource officer to get there. It is highly recommended that this Narcan be this medical, which is this medical device, which is Narcan, to be placed into the school nurse's office so that it could be at hand for them if an emergency occurs. We know that this is a life-saving tool, a life-saving method. We understand that it can save lives in a matter of seconds, but we also understand that in that matter of a seconds of waiting for it to occur, it could have a drastic effect on a young person's life and change their life, sometimes for the worse, sometimes, and change the whole entire family's life for that. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. And the price for that one is $32 per 2-pack dosage for each school. So it's about $160. So that's one of the lower end price tags for us. And we know that is very important. And this is the fun part. This is the overall summary of recommendations as well as the costs. And the approximate total cost is about $3.5 million. And we understand that, during the budget process and asking, we don't get everything you ask for, but we wanted to ensure as a committee that we recommended and brought forth these recommendations, these issues that we found in our studies. We wanted to bring forth solutions to you, and with solutions come a price tag. So that was our goal, and that is what we did here today. Again, before I take any questions, I just want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to serve on this committee. It was, I believe, all of our committee members. Can the committee members stand that are here? Again, thank you all. Thank them. They were great with us. And we worked tirelessly, and we worked together, and we had spirited dialogue, and we laughed, and we got along, and we got to know each other, and we truly enjoyed doing this for the city of Suffolk and the Suffolk Public Schools. Any questions for me?
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation. This is a classic example of what can be done when we all come together from different areas and different expertise, setting all personal isms and agendas aside for the common good of our students. The proof is in the pudding. It's a great result. At this time, board members, if you have any questions, if you have comments, that's not for this time. We have a very tight agenda. If you have any questions, please feel free to hit the request button in front of you, and we will bounce from one end to the other. If you have questions, not comments, questions. At this time, Dr. Brooks-Buck.
You were giving the report, you were talking about chemicals in schools.
Yes.
I was wondering if you were talking about chemicals in, say, a chemistry teacher's class, or chemicals. I noticed you had CCAP and someplace else up there. Were you talking about cleaning or supplies or chemicals in classrooms, or what were we talking about with storing
We're
chemicals?
probably addressing more along in the custodians' closets in their offices. There are actually closets there to be able to store some of these materials. However, there's not enough of those closets to be able to do that. And we're also talking about outdoor sheds too. Some of our majority of our elementary schools have sheds outside that has gasoline and things like that there. So we thought it would be better to be able to have some sort of device to be able to put those things into for the safety of students and anybody in the neighborhoods as well too.
Thank you. Can I say that? Thank you.
I'm not going to do that today. Are there any additional questions from board members? Okay, I do have one question that I would like to ask. Of the 50 buses that are currently going under the upgrade as far as cameras, how many of which are losing their warranty for the update?
That is a great question, and I think Mr. Privet would probably have a better answer to that than I would. I'm sorry, I just couldn't answer that, yeah.
And the reason why I bring that up is because when you're spending over $200,000 for a bus, and then you're putting the camera up there afterwards when you can put that on the front end and save your warranty, maybe that could have been something that the city may have been willing to do. I don't know if it's something Dr. Gordon and his staff can look at, but as far as the new buses that we're purchasing that have not come in yet, that will be a cost saving to the division versus making amendments to the buses, and we're losing a warranty where if the part goes, it's another expense that has occurred in another area. But that's something that Dr. Gordon and his staff can look into. Thank you once again for the excellent presentation.
That
Yes,
funding comes through the city council, so the city council is taking care of all that. There's nothing coming out of our budget, for Suffolk Public Schools budget, to be able to put those cameras in any one of our buses, so it's coming through the city.
point duly noted, but what I was referencing is if we buy a bus and there's a warranty on the transmission, or the warranty is on the air conditioning unit. When you go in and provide these upgrades and it's not done by the manufacturing company, you're altering the systems. And when those systems get altered, you void the warranty that is currently in place. So just as a cost-saving mechanism, if the city may be interested in doing it on the new buses that we are purchasing before they get in, we still got the warranty. They can still pay for that additional feature. We're still good. We're still rocking and rolling. That's just a different perspective. But once again, you all did an outstanding job. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to put a well put together presentation with identifying issues and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, our next item on our agenda is the John F. Kennedy Middle School construction update, and we're going to turn this part over into the hands of Dr. Gordon. As he makes his way forward, we are under a tight time constraint tonight, so we do ask that board members, if we can please jot down our questions, so when we get to it at the end, we can dive right into it. And we do ask that the presenters please move expeditiously through your presentations as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Mr. Riddick asked me to give a brief presentation, mainly serving as an update on our John F. Kennedy Middle School reconstruction project. So in communication I had with RRMM, I am allowed to share with you all the interior finish concept. And I also want to let the board know that we are planning our submittal for between 90 to 95% design completion in June. As a reminder, we need to make sure that our full design is done by June 30th to the city for review. After June 30th, beginning July 1, new rules and regulations and codes come into effect for green school, energy efficiency, et cetera. Mr. Moore and I had another conversation about that today. So what I want to show you here is the interior concept designs that the committee has put together. One of the main things that RRMM did is we had the featured colors of John F. Kennedy with the black and gold being the highlights, and then to make sure that you had accent colors that were based off of that. So what you can see in the column on the left are the actual paint colors that you will see. If you think once again of the Colonel Fred Cherry setup, how even though the main colors are blue and red, you still had accent colors throughout the school. These are the three carpet designs that you will see in the library, main office, school counseling office, et cetera. The rubber tile that you will see in the bathrooms, as well as some areas of the commons floor for the cafeteria. And then the acoustic wall panels. One of the things that we really enjoyed in taking a look at is we may have an opportunity to add some extra design there that you will see. This will be not only in our fine and performing arts areas, but any areas that you can have performances, such as the auditorium. So this right here is a floor map of what the terrazzo floor will look like. And the terrazzo floor, as you can see, we have the earth tones, but as a remember, we have our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade wings that JFK will have. The accent colors that you see in the cafeteria, that kind of looks like the sun over there, as well as the area on the side walkway between the gymnasium and the main office. Once again, this is the floor pattern that you will see within the building to really accentuate not only the school colors, but also to be able to brighten up the facility itself. A little deeper dive here. Once again, you can see we always put the main colors of the school in the center, and then you have accent colors that kind of spiral off of that. So this would be the classroom floor pattern, where you will have the primary colors would be the gray and the white, but every few tiles that you see would have a pattern like you kind of see right there in the middle left-hand corner. This is very, very similar to what we've done in Florence Bowser, what we also did in Southwestern, as well as what we did in Colonel Fred Cherry. However, we're changing the floor pattern colors to make sure that we accent the school colors itself. This is something new here with the bathroom wall tile. And we actually are looking into some designs to determine how far we're going to be able to push this when it comes to if any of these bathroom wall tiles are actually going to be able to have specific designs on them to represent school spirit, logos, and mottos of the school. So this is a bathroom wall tile. You can see it's several geometric shapes from triangles, rectangles, et cetera. They can actually be moved around. You can also see one of the things that Mr. Napier wanted to make very clear is not only sustainability, but the cleanliness once we are able to apply our chemicals and products to that. You can also see the epoxy floor to the restroom floors on the right-hand side. That gray, blue, white kind of combination also will be able to be easily identifiable for the custodial crew to see any stains or any dirt or any residue. So, Mr. Riddick, that is it at this time. One of the conversations that Mr. Riddick and I had is after we have submittal to the city, we will more than likely bring another update to you all as a school board and probably at the July school board meeting. It is going to be our goal once we get the permits from the city, you'll begin to see the site plan, which is the last piece that's actually being worked on right now. We are at 65% completion. As I stated earlier, we will be at 90 to 95% completion by June, which is necessary and required in order to be able to submit that to the city.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Are there any questions, board members? If so, please hit your request to speak feature. Okay. There being none, thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. At this time, the next item on our agenda is a presentation regarding Suffolk Public Schools purchasing process. At this time, we're going to turn it over to the purchasing guru himself, Mr. Anthony Hines.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, Superintendent. Just been asked to present a brief overview of the purchasing process and procedures that we use here in Suffolk Public Schools, and just talk about some of the mechanisms that we use to discuss, and also to discuss, the processes once we hit certain thresholds. So what we're going to do is we'll actually cover purchases less than $10,000, which are considered small purchases. Small purchasing also procedures under state code will identify dollar amounts up to a certain threshold. By our policy, it's $100,000. That actually will prompt a number of quotes as we go into this. Then we get into our formal solicitations that are greater than an anticipated dollar amount of $100,000. We'll briefly touch on cooperative contracting, which is allowed for under state code and is considered best practice by many. Then we'll also talk about sole source and emergency procurements. Naturally, I'm going to go fast through this because I've been asked to kind of be expedient, so if y'all have any questions, naturally, I'll stand by for those. So our process for purchases less than $10,000 does require one quote. Typically speaking, though, most of these are going to fall also under a contract because there are significant efficiencies that are obtained by even having our small purchases there. We do ask, usually speaking, try to even obtain additional quotes even at that level just to ensure that we are there, but we are not required to this. It is handled by department directors or designee usually at this dollar small amount there, and it is allowed for under our purchasing regulation 8-1.1 under the Suffolk Public Schools regulation. So next is our small purchases. Again, this is for using small purchases. These are thresholds, and well, these are definitions that are found under the Public Procurement Act. But we typically will, at $10,000 to $100,000, we usually will require to get at least 3 quotes. So those 3 quotes, we will either do an informal request for proposals or a request for quotes. That can either be done by just obtaining 3 quotes of industry leaders, or we'll actually do what they call the informal process. EVA Quick Quote is also a tool, and that is provided to us by the Department of General Services, that we will also use that to meet that requirement. So what happens is we put this solicitation out for people to respond, and we identify the NIGP code, which is every commodity has a code, and vendors will sign up for their items under those codes. When we put in, hey, we're looking to buy, pencils, for example, that will have its own code. Anybody who signs up to sell pencils will receive an email notification that Suffolk Public Schools is looking to make a purchase of these items, okay? We also may use a national or state cooperative to meet this requirement. And that actually comes into play when, for example, a much larger school division has gone through a formal solicitation in the Commonwealth of Virginia or even nationally, and we're allowed to use that buying power of the larger school system or that larger government entity. So therefore, an example would be Virginia Beach, where they have 82 schools. Well, sometimes we're able to buy off of that contract if the appropriate language is there, and I can take advantage of buying power of 82 schools versus 20. So that will also there, and that's allowed for in the Suffolk Public Schools Regulation 8-1.2 in Code of Virginia, subsection 2.2-4304. Then we also have a provision there for professional services as identified in our policy and regulation for $75,000 without any competition. However, we have actually competed this and have term contracts already established with architects and engineers for our smaller purchases, our smaller projects. As you may remember, the professional service for JFK exceeded the amount that was allowed under Code of Virginia and our term agreement, so we actually issued a separate RFP as provided for in the Code of Virginia. However, we do have a slightly more restrictive policy regarding that. $75,000, the state does allow for up to $80,000 with that. So you'll see that our numbers are more restrictive than the state's because, again, it's a little bit more fiscally conservative in that regard. So again, we talked about that. I do want to pull one thing out of policy versus what state code dictates. So last year, COVID year, back when things started costing more, the General Assembly actually acted in a way that allows the localities to set small purchasing thresholds up to $200,000. This is a new number that would prompt formal solicitation at the state level. However, Suffolk Public Schools, superintendent and the board have kept that threshold at $100,000 to seek competitive formal bids, proposals, and cooperative contracting. What that does is that it allows for greater visibility of our larger expenditures and greater competition. So now we're going to get into the formal solicitation process, which is your invitation for bids and request for proposals. We actually will create these written invitation for bids and request for proposals, and the code will refer to request for proposals as competitive negotiations. That's a kind of an interchangeable item in the code. And we distribute them using that same distribution process through the Department of General Services, through EVA. That is a free program that is endorsed by the Department of General Services and through the acts of the General Assembly. It is provided to us free as localities. So we are able to distribute to the greatest number of people that sign up under those NIGP codes to be able to do that. And we will prompt those usually when we expect dollar amounts to go over $100,000. These solicitations are put on our paper bid board right outside on the second floor. If you ever walk past the second floor, you'll see an old school bid board, and it's printed and it's stamped and it's put right out there, and you can see, that way. We also put it on the Suffolk Public Schools website, so that way anybody that locally wants to still see that bid solicitation, they can actually see that. It links right to the Department of General Services site. The VBO it's called the VBO, it's a virtual buyer option, and also it goes to the state posting process as well, so that everybody in the state can see that Suffolk Public Schools is out for bid for whatever item we're looking to go for. These formal solicitations are required for 10 days by state code. However, Superintendent and I have decided that we want to try to keep these out for a minimum of 21 days. That's 3 full weeks for people to be able to see the request, be able to do their market research, find out if the project's for them, and still formulate a response. And it also allows greater levels of competition when you have it out for 21 days versus 10, so more people can see that. And again, I did put out that the process is described in Code of Virginia 2.2-4302.1 and 2.2-4302.2. So award of bids, pretty straightforward. We have to take the lowest responsive and responsible bidder by state law. That is also in 2.2-4302.1. And the responsive is they met everything that's required in the request for proposals or the bid. We asked for a very specific thing. They provided that very specific thing or an approved equal, and they're considered, we're responsive to that deal. Responsible also means that they have to be able to perform the work as required under the request or the invitation for bids. That includes having their appropriate certifications in the case of construction, like the superintendent just talked about. There's a number of things that contractors must have to be able to be awarded, to be able to be granted the ability to get permits and things of that nature. So that has to happen. Very, very few times is somebody not responsive or responsible, so you're generally taking the lower bid tabulation. Bid tabulations are gathered, put together, published on the Suffolk Public Schools bid board and the website. So if we ever issue a solicitation, goes on the bid board, goes to the website, and we actually go to the next step further is anybody who participated in that process will also get the copy of that bid solicitation, so our vendors know exactly where they stand when they put that in. So important thing to note as we go through building things, should a bid not be within our budget, we actually have the right to negotiate as well. That's also called value engineering in the construction world. That's allowed to us under Virginia Code 2.2-4318. So regardless of the amount though, but we will not go through anything that exceeds the budgeted funds, and that's found in your school board policy 4-6.2. So we cannot award a bid if we're in conflict of that. So request for proposals, a little bit different. We don't have to take the low bid. We can take a variety of factors that we are allowed to do. We can set into the invitation. So we can set, okay, we want this, price can be 25 points. The ability of the contractor to perform, something that we're asking for. Well, we may not have a specific item. So if I can just maybe make this the easiest way possible to explain, is I am looking for an invitation for bid. I know what I want here. I want this pen, right? And I'm going to want a whole bunch of these pens or, whatever the case may be. That is a specific item that we know. With an RFP, you would use that mechanism if we are looking for something to write with. But we don't know exactly which pen we want, or we don't know which writing instrument we may want to. So we're going to allow the vendor to bring us a solution to the problem that we have. We know we need to write something. However, we don't know exactly which pen we want. That's where we would use the request for proposals. We actually have a committee that's put together to review all the proposals and grade them against the stated criteria in the RFP. If it's in the criteria, is found there, and it's in the RFP, then that's how we grade them. And they are graded independently by committee, and usually it's people that have an industry understanding of things that they're looking for. We typically, in our committee makeups, superintendent is not a part of that committee. My boss, not a part of that committee, generally speaking, because it does allow me to manage that process and to document that process. And I am not a voting member of that. My job is nothing more than to document the process to ensure that the vendors, everybody that was there, that put in a proposal, had an opportunity to be awarded that contract. So then we'll actually go through an interview process. Once we're done with the interview process, we'll make sure we ask any questions we might have about the proposal and to make sure they understand requirement and that they're meeting those requirements, or they can be able to meet that requirement. We then negotiate a contract, and again, that is used with the highest ranked proposal if we feel that the price is fair to the public body. Proposals, again, regardless of amount, must not exceed the budgeted funds. Again, that is in your school board policy 4-6.2. Briefly talk about cooperative contracts. This is allowed under 2.2-4304, which allows government entities to write or use contracts from other government entities, provided that that language is in the solicitation, whether that be a bid or whether that be an RFP. There are some exceptions to that. You cannot cooperatively use it for architects and engineers. It's just not allowed. These contracts are derived from a competitive process, similar to an RFP or an IFP. Again, must be in the solicitation. Again, cannot exceed the budgeted funds that is provided by the school board, and again, policy 4-6.2. So last but not least, we'll talk about sole source. Again, sole source, as defined under code, it means that it is the only available by one place, one person. They hold a patent. We're not able to buy it anywhere else, regardless of what it is. If it is needed by a public body, we can use a sole source exception on that. We are required to post that on our website for 10 days before we can act on the purchase. That allows your vendor community to be able to say, whoa, wait a second, that company's not the only one that sells it. I sell something like this. And then it prompts a review of that particular item. Emergency procurement is exactly that. Roof caves in, you gotta take care of it, you know. So whatever it is contract can be awarded to remedy that situation. Not much outside of that. We gotta take care of that. You're not supposed to go into any further additional emergencies, but to immediately cure the situation that you're currently in. However, we do post our emergency procurements on the website for full transparency and disclosure, but there is no such waiting period because you really don't want to wait 10 days should it pose a immediate danger to either the public, the students, or even further damage to your building. So it's in the interest of us to take that taken care of immediately. So just want to briefly talk about school board. Naturally, y'all's role in this is basically write policies. And y'all tell me how we go through this process. So you have a right to set more restrictive policies, set thresholds as needed. However, I will say that these thresholds have allowed us to take advantage of when opportunities have arisen in these very challenging supply chains issues. We have been able to be prompt and able to take advantages of situations when vendors have contacted me and said, hey, we have ability to supply a handful of Chromebooks. Well, being able to have this type of policy has allowed us to be able to be far more nimble than other public bodies in the area and has put us in a more competitive situation in many instances, I would say, especially with supply chain issues there. So we currently use a number of contracts, both cooperatively sought by SPS and the cooperative nature signed by the superintendent. School board policy does not require the superintendent to bring projects, some projects, but we do bring them in the interest of having a good relationship. We want y'all to know about big projects that are coming up. We want the public to know that we're in that situation there. So we do want to have naturally a open relationship between administration and the board because naturally, you guys represent our community. With that, I can answer any questions there. I'm sorry, I felt like I ran through about days worth of material in about 15 minutes. So naturally, I'll answer anything you may have.
We want to say thank you for an excellent presentation. This is a lot to digest. And at this time, board members, if you have any questions of Mr. Hines, this is the time to ask your questions. Any comments, please save your comments to the part on the agenda where it says comments and business by board members. We do have a tight agenda today. If you have any questions, okay, we can go left, right, and bounce back and forth. We ask you to ask one question so we can get a chance to give everybody an opportunity to ask the question. So please don't try to monopolize the time with a lot of questions. We want to give each board member an opportunity to ask a question if they have one. At this time, we can start with Vice Chair Howell.
Good evening. Thank you so much
Good evening.
for the abundance of information. I just need some clarity on, your early slide spoke to the General Assembly raising the threshold to 200,000, but we kept ours at 100,000. And my understanding of policy, and I think we voted on it last spring, was up to $100,000, the superintendent can make purchases up to that amount without bringing it to us, but then the slides 8, 9, 10, and 11 say regardless of the amount, he can award a bid. So can you explain to me how those two statements relate?
Sure. So to answer your question about thresholds, actually, our thresholds are actually set by regulation as it currently sits in our policy manual, okay? So the superintendent had, in that same presentation, had talked about he was going to keep his threshold at $100,000 for us to competitively seek bids and proposals, okay? Now, that does not talk about the mechanics from that $100,000 on upward. There is no set threshold in policy for that. However, I believe the superintendent has tried very hard for large projects, even though they're not necessarily required to be there. We're bringing them. For example, you have a roof one that we wanted you to look at and be aware of. So I think there is maybe a disconnect a little bit of the thresholds at that time, because at the same time the General Assembly had made that change from the 100,000 to the 200,000. However, his commitment, as I understood what he said, again, not in policy, but from what I understood at that meeting, was that we were going to keep our threshold at $100,000 and kept that small purchasing threshold at that dollar amount, and before we prompted a formal solicitation or the use of a cooperative contract.
Did you get your answer?
I think so, but can I follow up, to make sure I did?
No, but you can hold on for a moment. We're going to give one of them an opportunity to ask their question, and then we'll come back to you. At this time, we're going to have Board Member Slingluff.
Thank you again for your presentation.
You're
I
certainly
want to
welcome.
start with your very last statement on here, where you said the SPS policy does not require the superintendent to bring some projects to the school board for approval, and it may be something similar to that Board Member Howell was trying to ask. When is it necessitated that a purchase comes before the board? Because as a new board member trying to observe our patterns, I'm not really clear on when it is required to come before the board for the board to approve something.
So again, to kind of answer that question, I think there may be, again, a confusion piece between when we said the superintendent was going to stay at $100,000. Well, the superintendent and small purchasing is actually an administrative piece as defined under the code of Virginia, even, that anything that $200,000 threshold and backwards becomes basically an administrative thing at the state level. And I think it's real difficult to maybe understand without necessarily diving deeper into code, I guess. The difference between the actions under small purchasing thresholds and what a large purchase would be. So authority is not granted to any one person, but it's granted by process in my world, okay? So I look at it as an interpretation of both code and our policy. The process takes over at $100,000. So the superintendent can control all of the small purchases from $0 or $1 to $100,000. So I promise I'm getting to your answer, I promise, but I just want to make sure people are understanding that there's a distinction there. So the policy itself does not speak to, at any point, having to come to the board for a, quote, approval because of the fact that the process in itself is the approval process. I can't give a bid out, award out for anybody that doesn't meet that item. If it's not the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, I can't award that, or I'm going to be right down the way in your courthouse defending that to a vendor, not just to you or Wendy or anybody else for that matter. That's going to become a legal proceeding between a vendor and Suffolk Public Schools. Similarly, in a request for proposals. If I don't grade it out based on that legal document, and I can't demonstratively show that vendor, because I get records requests, not necessarily so much from anybody in the community, more than I get them from the vendors. And I have to defend those procurement activities. So again, there's not a specific threshold that comes to there. However, I believe in the interest of being fully transparent, these certain projects, he wants y'all to understand what the cost is and what it is and what we're doing and how we're doing it. And similarly to, year-end resolutions and things of that nature, we're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can with you, more so than a quote approval.
Okay. At this time, we're going to allow, no one else lights are lit on the screen. And for the sake of time, we have a closed session we have to get to, and then we have some other items that we need to handle. Attorney, thank you so much, Mr. Hines, for your presentations.
Thank
Board
you.
members, it seems as if there's still some area of ambiguity here. With some in your questions that you may have, what I ask you to do is to please expel all your questions out in the form of email. Send your email over to Dr. Gordon directly, CCing myself. Please do not email directly, Mr. Hines. Follow our board policy and procedure of how we are going to communicate with staff. We are to communicate directly to Dr. Gordon, and then he will forward it to the appropriate staff. At this time, we're going to have Attorney Waller to read our motion for closed meeting.
Discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion or consideration of a student disciplinary matter that would involve the disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, and more specifically, a student appeal from the recommendation imposing a long-term suspension, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
I turned everyone, please stop turning your mics off. I turned everyone mic on just in case you wanted to make the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Brooks-Buck and second by Board Member Jenkins. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham? Oh, I'm sorry. Vote electronically, I'm sorry.
Not? Okay.
We're waiting on yours.
We'll do if you're ready, we're ready to vote.
Yours isn't lit?
Mine isn't lit. We can do a roll call vote for
Okay.
this.
Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, are you going to take our electronic devices?
juice in it too. To say that, I don't want to like.
Bluetooth usually good about 20, 30 feet. Every
That's their spring concert right after we had an issue with this last like. That was terrible. So.
And you want to put your music stand there? And I can move this closer to the room if you want.
My device there. I'm gonna just make sure it connects. That's the biggest thing. It's all charged up.
And we can move this either way you want. You're in charge.
How many of them show up? Because we have like 51.
How many?
We have 51.
51.
But they have two games tonight.
Gotcha. 1, 2, 3, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, check, check. I just want something, nothing. Yep. I know. You take it to. 1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2.
You have a port? Oh, you have Bluetooth, okay. Huh?
Is she gonna line them up back this way?
Yeah, they're going to face out.
Okay.
What? You line them up? Well, she's trying to do it. She's... All right, get ready to go.
Okay, yeah.
All right, Phil, let's go on this side. Y'all start lining up. Y'all know how to do it, I'm sure.
Smells like clean. Go on in front because I'm
About 1, 2, and 3 now.
smells like
So what we're going to do, guys, when y'all sing it, you'll be facing that way. Just give you a heads up. Yeah, because the school board's going to be, it's going to be a little later, but right now we're just testing things out for you, okay?
Hey, look, it's a child. Look, there. See what? I'm so tired. No, I'm just text my own friend. My brother talked to me. That's our superintendent. That gives us crap in your brother. Hey, that's my dad. That's my shop. It's Kaden. It's Kaden. I'm calling you Kaden. I'm calling you Kaden. That sucks, man. Sorry, let me fix your hairline. You can't be talking. Don't touch the merchandise. Good job, man. They won't be able to hear our voices. I'm sorry, let me fix your receding hairline. I don't look like him. I like that.
Y'all can do me a favor. This is city council chambers. You totally guys okay this time period. Then y'all be able to go back out and be good to go, okay?
Okay.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
I know. It'll be very professional. Professional. That would be exaggerating a noun so I can know. So I can broadcast my voice for everyone to hear. I didn't know that already. That's my shoes. I'm sorry. Come here. Come here. Turn. What do y'all do? You can't be near this. You can step on mine. Mine are already dirty.
I'll give you a count.
I need to get new ones.
You want to get lined up and let me know when.
Guys,
Separate.
this is just like if we were in my room, like you're facing me, right?
I can't see you. I cannot be seen over there. Who's taller? It smells like people. Me right here. I'm taller than all of you. Funny joke.
You guys slide.
I think since you're not height impaired, you should be fresh.
We're not going to be rude tonight. We're not doing this. All right, part 2 is raise your hand.
Okay, like you have. Put your hand down.
Test all the sounds.
I know better. There's children. Yay. I didn't know better. Children. Oh, wow. standing here for 40 minutes.
Just for like a quick line.
You part 3. You always say part 3.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the time?
Does that work? Okay. You ready?
Being chilling. Was that camera? That's a robot being chilling. London, you're thinking it's right. Let us. To the championship.
We have like an encouragement now.
Imagine.
All right, let me see this. All right, I want everybody to.
Oh, me!
Yeah, you really do.
Yeah, because see, Alicia's gonna have to come out to
No,
here
you're not.
to sing, so we have to have a pocket here. We got one soloist for the last song.
Okay, just, they don't have to come up further.
Okay.
They're sounding, I'm fine,
Okay.
much better
Okay.
than the other way.
Okay, good.
So do you want me to cut these mics off now, or?
It's up to you,
I
whatever you
mean,
want
are
to
you,
do.
if you're good, I'm good.
I was gonna have them warm, do you want me to have them warm from here or warm up there, what do you guys?
Warm 'em up?
Yeah,
Warm about there, probably easier.
okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
You
keep-
want me to leave my
I think we'll leave
speaker
everything.
and everything here?
Yeah, I'll see what John wants to do. You need it out there or not?
I can get them warm up there.
John doesn't want to hear, I'll have him bring it out to you.
Okay, and then my device and stand, I'll take my bags with me, because my device and stand.
Oh, yeah, I think
okay?
that should be fine. I don't see a problem with it. If there's an issue, he'll let me know.
And then when we go, I'm gonna get them fixed here lined up first.
You guys?
Hey folks, 5, 4, 3.
I seriously.
Hey,
It'll be fine.
hold on. So, I'm gonna get them all like in a.
We'll come get you. No, or probably after we get out there. Probably, Keisha will come get you. You'll come in. We can show you the same thing you're doing now. And then we'll go like that. You don't have to. It's up totally up to you. It's totally up to you. You have. Probably the best way is to see the board. Fire from,
Chinese too.
is our pleasure.
Can I take a photo on your No, your glasses.
I'm gonna put this off now.
I love how pretty.
All right, guys, look at me. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna line up here to see where we're gonna be at, so you know who your next door neighbors are. I do need some folks to kind of merge towards the back. So like part 3, stay where you guys, my 3, 4.
Good evening, everyone. We want to say thank you so much for your patience. At this time, we're going to have a certification of closed meeting by Attorney Waller.
A resolution of certification of the closed meeting of May 11th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the school board of the city of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the resolution of certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the city of Suffolk.
So moved. Second.
Motion has been properly made by Board Member Byram and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Is it lit?
Mine is.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we're going to go into a brief recess for 20 minutes, and then we will you say it after this. No, they can wait. We're going to go into a brief recess for 20 minutes, and we'll come back out and resume.
Attorney Waller, this recess is dinner or this recess the second closed session?
Dinner.
Okay.
Because it has to be another motion.
Gotcha.
You know, what you could have done, as I was thinking about this, is that you could have recessed the closed meeting.
And then discuss while we had it. That's okay. I just wanted to know. It's on the fire with her phone back in the envelope, so I wanted to make sure.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. We just want to say thank you for your patience with us. Tonight has been a very business-packed night and productive, and we want to say thank you for extending your gracious and courtesy to us and giving us a chance to handle that business. At this time, we're going to call the Suffolk Public School meeting of the Suffolk City School Board to order. At this time, we're going to have John Yates Middle School to come forward, and they're going to do two things for us first, okay? First, they're going to open us up with a Pledge of Allegiance, and then they're going to rock the roof off the place with these excellent renditions. At this time, while they're making their way up forward, we would like to acknowledge Mr. Smith, the principal, Miss Boone. Come on, y'all, stand up, let them see you. Let's give it up for our students. Let's give it up for our students. They are under the direction of Miss Mary Roberts. Miss Carr. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Carr is the musical director at John Yates Middle School, and we ask everyone to stand and join our chargers in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then let's get ready to rock the roof off the place.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you could remain standing, we're going to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the
Our first selection is Song 2 by Sandra Howard.
Song to song to song to Dominus Deus. Song to song
Alicia Usanga from 7th grade.
My life flows on an endless song. How can I keep from singing? No storm catching my inmost calm. How can I keep from singing? How can I keep from singing? What though the tempest around me roars? I know the truth it liveth. What though the darkness around me glows? Songs in the night it giveth. I hear the real though far off him that hails a new creation. It sounds an echo in my soul above earth's levitation. My life flows on an endless song. How can I keep from singing? No storm catching my inmost calm. How can I keep from singing? How can I keep from singing? Oh, to the rock I'm clinging. Oh, to the rock, how can I stop singing? Oh, to the rock, I'm clinging to the rock now. Oh, to the rock, sing. My life goes on an endless song. How can I keep from singing? No storm catching my inmost calm. How can I keep from singing? My life flows on an endless song. How can I keep from singing? No storm catching my inmost calm. How can I keep from singing? How can I keep from singing? How can I keep from singing?
Come on, parents. Come on, parents. Come on, let's clap it up for them. Let's clap it up for them. Come on, let's cheer them on. As the outstanding Charger Corral exit the chambers, I'm going to use this time to tell you Suffolk got it going on. This is just a sneak peek of what we possess in Suffolk Public Schools. And if you are feeling like I do right now, your socks are completely rocked off. Our students have what it takes. I look forward to when we do our Clash of the Choirs and we call out other school divisions. Ooh, I'm looking forward to this. Suffolk got talent. Yes, that's right. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend. At this time, we are going to continue the trend of excellence regarding our students, and we're going to have the outstanding Lakeland High School come forward and give us their undergraduate presentation. Dr. Gordon, I'm going to let you get it. I know you want to get your thunder. Go ahead.
Check. All right, thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call Ms. Lori White, proud principal of Lakeland High School, to the podium so she can introduce members of her team, her school counseling staff that is here to introduce the Lakeland High School undergraduates. Ms. White?
Hello and good evening, and I would agree, I am absolutely rejuvenated after that, so congratulations to our John Yates friends. But good evening, School Board Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, school board members, and to you as well, Dr. Gordon. I could not be more proud than to have the opportunity to stand before you all this evening and to highlight many of the best and brightest that makes Lakeland High School such an amazing place to be. Within the graduating class of 2023, there are 104 student scholars who will graduate with academic honors. These students represent nearly 40% of this year's graduating class, an admirable accomplishment. The students in this class have also been offered a historic amount of scholarship money from institutions across the nation. At this time, as of this morning, we were estimating approximately $4 million, but these offers are still coming in to our students. So we will save that final announcement for commencement exercises in June. The strength, resilience, and tenacity of these students is worthy of our great applause this evening. At this time, I welcome our school counselors, Ms. Lavisa Rice and Ms. Sheila Williams, to the podium to proceed with the presentation of our Lakeland High School honor graduates.
Good evening. We are Lakeland High School, home of the Cavaliers. We are proud to be Cavaliers. In the words of our school song, with our heads to the sky, our faith will never die. Cavaliers are strong and resilient, no matter the obstacle. We come together in times of adversity. We hold each other accountable. We care for one another. We uplift each other. In other words, we are a family. We are Cavs together. Our first honor graduate, Abigail Abanza. Parent, Heather Abanza. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools. Getting to meet the most important person in my life. Plans after graduation, she plans to attend Paul D. Camp Community College, then transfer to ODU. Dariah Artist. Parents, Daytwan Artist and Marquita Artist. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being part of the track team her 9th grade year and going to the States right before COVID happened. Plans after graduation, she plans to attend Norfolk State University or ODU University, majoring in sociology with a minor in business. She also plans to continue her entrepreneurship as a hairstylist and not limit herself to one profession. Rice Bach. Parents, Sherry Kirk and Christopher Bach. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the Lady Cavs soccer team. Plans after graduation, attending TCC in the fall. Navarre Bagley. Parents, Varnetta Wilson and Raven Bagley. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a student at Lakeland High School. Plans after graduation, continue education, work and attend a disabled support group. Peyton Baines. Parents, Thomas Baines and Kelly Lane. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, middle school art class. Plans after graduation, attend school to work in the missionary field. Akasha Baker. Parents, Sherelle Baker and Troy Baker Sr. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, cool teachers, cheer classmates, and many more. Plans after graduation, she's still figuring herself out, and she plans to work after graduation while also making art and video games on the side to express herself. Kayla Baker. Parents, Brian and Deatrice Baker. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, when she ran track and played basketball during freshman year before COVID. She's been running track since she's been the age of 5. Plans after graduation, her plans are to attend Paul D. Camp to receive her associate degree, get into the nursing program at Paul D. to receive her LPN, after which she plans to attend ECPI University to further her education in nursing and one day become a practitioner as a traveling nurse. Nathan Barber. Parents, Amanda Barber and Waverly Holland. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, good teachers and good friends. Plans after graduation, attend Tidewater Community College and major in computer science and then transfer to ODU University. Joshua Battle. Parents, Cynthia Love and Michael Battle. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, meeting people who changed his life. After graduation, he plans to attend the United States Air Force Academy and major in chemistry to become a chemical engineer. Latoya Bazemore, parent, Victoria Bazemore. Aaliyah Benson, parents Corey and Deidre Benson. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being part of various clubs and the tennis team. Her plans after graduation is to attend Virginia Union University and major in mathematics. Shane Bentz, parents Sean Bentz and Stephanie Bentz. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, making new friends and staying with the old ones to help him through life. Plans after graduation, hopefully to attend an art school. Hannah Best, parents Kelly and George Best. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being in Project Lead the Way biomedical science program, as well as being part of the LHS softball team. Her plans after graduation is to attend a four-year university to pursue her career in nursing. Darius Boone, parent Jessica Tanner. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, staying back for a gaming program in the 11th grade. Plans after graduation, becoming a technician of technology. Emma Boyd, parent Rebecca Huffman. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being in a breakout room in slightly record time with the field hockey team. Plans after graduation, attend James Madison University and pursue a career in physical therapy. Abigail Bradshaw, parents Christina and Frankie Bradshaw. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, having the chance to meet everyone along the way. Plans after graduation, attend Longwood University and major in nursing. Peyton Brinkley, parents John and Tracy Brinkley. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, the time he spent with his coaches in team playing basketball. Plans after graduation, attend four-year university to get his bachelor's degree in business administration while playing baseball. Madison Bullock, parents Kelly and Kevin Bullock. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being in the Project Lead the Way biomedical sciences program, as well as being part of the LHS volleyball and softball team. Her plans after graduation is to attend Randolph-Macon College, majoring in nursing in their BSN program, with hopes to become a NICU or pediatric registered nurse. She may also further her education as a physical assistant. Durante Carr, parent Sheena Jenkins. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being part of the basketball team for 3 years. His plans after graduation is to attend Norfolk State University, majoring in business management. Ariana Chalk, parent Latoya Dildy. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is her freshman year. Plans after graduation is to attend a four-year university and major in nursing to become a nurse practitioner. Damari Chambliss, parents Lakita Goodman and Dominique Chambliss. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the marching band and track and field team, building family bonds. Plans after graduation would be to attend Norfolk State University on a full-ride vacant scholarship, majoring in computer engineering and hopefully continuing his band career. Raven Cooper, parents Deborah and George Cooper. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, her junior prom. Plans after graduation is to attend Texas Tech University to get her degree in animal science. Khalif Copeland, parents Shamika and Conwan Copeland. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the basketball team and building a bond with them. Plans after graduation is to attend Brighton and Stratton College to major in cybersecurity and continue to play basketball. Matthew D'Amico, parents Dan and Katie D'Amico. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being part of the Lakeland swim team his junior and senior years. Plans after graduation is to enlist in the United States Air Force. Tyler Davis, parents Jennifer and Brian Davis. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, helping out in the SPED classes. His plans after graduation is to play football for Juniata College. Angelina DiPietro, parents Kelly and Ed DiPietro. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the Project Lead the Way program and meeting new people through the years. Her plans after graduation is to attend Virginia Wesleyan University and get a 4-year bachelor's degree. Wyndon Doswell, parents Wilbert and Felicia Doswell. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, improving myself and making friends. His plans after graduation is to attend Norfolk State University for his bachelor's degree and later obtain his PhD in computer science. Alexis Drayton, parents Andre and Ebony Drayton. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools was meeting her cheer sisters. Plans after graduation is for her to attend ODU University to major in cybersecurity. Jocelyn Dyer, parents Keisha and David Bullock. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, playing field hockey her freshman year. Her plans after graduation is to attend Mary Baldwin University and major in exercise science. Emma Erie, parents Mark and Heather Erie. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is just herself. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend Westminster College to play soccer and study business. Aaliyah Evans, parents Deborah Lee Boone and Leon Evans. Her fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, becoming a part of the Lakeland Quiet Storm, has taught her a lot of valuable lessons in how to bond well with others. Her plans after graduation is to attend Virginia State University, majoring in social work. Anaya Eziagu, parents Donna Boston and Obiara Eziagu. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the biomed program and playing on the tennis team. Her plans for graduation is to attend William & Mary University with a full ride in biomedical chemistry and on a pre-med track. Her plans on pursuing clinical research and becoming an emergency medical physician. Malia Feliciano, parents Amber and Romy Feliciano. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being able to have a normal senior year with her friends after being online for 2.5 years. Her plans after graduation is to attend Virginia Commonwealth University, studying business with a concentration in management, business administration, and marketing. Nelson Fields, parents Glenda and Nelson Fields. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, the friends he made along the way. His plans after graduation is to go to college and become a lawyer. Caleb Gable, parents Tia and Lee Gable. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, seeing all of his friends again after 3 years in Oklahoma. His plans after graduation is to attend University of Virginia to get his degree in computer engineering. Raina Goodman, parents Tony and Erica Goodman. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools when she was awarded Miss Freshman, Miss Junior, and Homecoming Queen, and being on the cheer team for 5 years. Her plans after graduation is to attend Winston-Salem State University to major in medical laboratory science with her goals to become a PA. Kiana Gray, parents Carlton and Kenya Gray. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, winning the 3A regional championship 3 seasons in a row. Plans after graduation is to study biology at VCU. Gina Green, parents Ernest and Christine Green. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, making friends in elementary school and still staying with those friends throughout high school. Her plans after graduation is to attend Paul D. Camp Community College. Mackenzie Griffiths, parents Donald and Stacy Griffiths. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, playing for the LHS softball team. Her plans after graduation is to attend Paul D. Camp Community College, then transfer to a 4-year university or college. Samantha Griffiths, parents Donald and Stacy Griffiths. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, playing for the LHS softball team and taking vet science at CCAP. Her plans after graduation would be to attend ODU University to major in biology. Michaela Hall, parents Marvette Peoples and Deonzo Hall. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, being a dancer on the marching band. Plans after graduation, attend Norfolk State University, majoring in nursing to become a travel nurse. Tyasia Hall, parents Sarah Underwood and Terrence Hall. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, being in ROTC. Her plans after graduation is her plan to attend Paul D to get her associate's degree in nursing, then transfer to a university or college to get her bachelor's degree to become a registered nurse. Jared Harris, parents Jason and Keisha Harris. Alyssa Hartley, parents Tanya and David Hartley. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being involved with school events and getting to know so many people. Her plans after graduation from Lakeland is to attend Long Point University, majoring in clinical social work. Justin Henderson, parents Yvonne Newby and Wayne Henderson. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, having great teachers who inspired and challenged him to step out of his comfort zone, and having great friends that he's known since elementary school. Plans after graduation, attend ODU University in the fall to get his bachelor's and hopefully master's in computer science. Zakara Henderson, parents Stephanie and Tracy Henderson. Her plans after graduation is to attend ODU University to major in financial management and real estate. Chelsea Herndon, parents Erica Hopper, mother, and Mary Herndon, her grandmother. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, back in her freshman year, experiencing her first high school pep rally. Plans after graduation, she plans to attend a college to major in journalism with hopes of becoming a traveling fashion journalist. Rachel Holland, parents Rondell Peebles Holland and Randolph Holland. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being active in school clubs, playing on the tennis team, and running on the cross-country team. Her plans after graduation is to attend Virginia Commonwealth University to double major in forensic science, concentration in physical evidence, and computer science with a concentration in cybersecurity. Takara Howell, parent Catherine Douglas. After graduation, she plans to attend a Camp Community College majoring in business management. Madeline Huffman, parents Mike and Sherry Huffman. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, making it to regionals with her tennis team. Her plans after graduation, she plans to attend Paul D. Camp Community College and transfer to the William & Mary College majoring in criminal psychology. Raven Jackson, parents Thea and Demetrius Jackson. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, her fondest memory was going to the prom and making amazing bonds and friendship with classmates, teachers, and guidance counselors. Her plans after graduation, attend Norfolk State University, getting her doctorate in biology to eventually become a dermatologist.
Joanasia James. Her parents are Devin James and Rondell Wilson. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be the high school pep rallies. Her plans after graduation, she plans to attend Norfolk State University. Shawnice Johnson. Parent Serena Hayes. Her fondest memory is being president of GSA, doing the morning announcements, and volunteering in the Little Feet Olympics. Her plans after graduation, she plans to attend college on a full scholarship with a major in chemistry and a minor in psychology. She's going to get her doctorate degree and become an emergency medicine physician. Caleb Jones. Parents, William Jones and Pamela Jones. His fondest memory is attending his first football game. The experience was one of his most wholesome occurrences due to the school spirit. Plans after graduation, attending Norfolk State University. Jaisha Lawrence, parents Nikita and Timothy Cannon. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of Upward Bound. Plans after graduation is to attend Norfolk State University to study mass communications with a minor in sociology. Kylie Leach, parents Priscilla Leach and Christopher Herring. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, being a part of the marching band and going to games and competitions. Plans after graduation, planning to attend Virginia State University to study mechanical engineering. Chloe Lewis, parents Kathy and Kevin Lewis. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of Lakeland field hockey team and making lifelong friends through that. After graduation, she plans to attend Tidewater Community College and then apply to their radiology program. Jacoby Little, parents Jamesy and Stuart Little. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public School, being a part of the football, track, baseball, and golf teams. Plans after graduation, attending Christopher Newport University and majoring in cybersecurity. Jason Lunsford, parent Kimberly Lunsford. Morgan Lunsford, parent Kim and James Lunsford. Alyssa Manning, parent Jenna and Daryl Manning. Plans after graduation to attend Norfolk State University on a VCAN scholarship and major in nursing to become a labor and delivery nurse. Natalie Martin, parents Linda and Richard Martin. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is making so many friendships and learning many valuable lessons throughout the duration of her time in school. Plans after graduation to attend community college in pursuit of a career in the medical field. Ashley Maynard, parents are Julie and Brian Maynard. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the soccer, field hockey, and swim teams. Plans after graduation to attend Roanoke College to major in chemistry and play field hockey. Kamari McPherson, parents Angela, William Mosley, Paul McPherson, and he was raised by his aunt, Pamela C. Skinner. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the LHS Quiet Storm Marching Band. Plans after graduation to attend Norfolk State University to study game design and major in fine arts. Analea Meeks, parent Michelle Catalea. Plans after graduation to travel Europe and become a cruise ship worker once she returns. Dylan Moulter, parents Lena Badeau and Sean Moulter. Fondest memory, playing soccer and field volleyball for schools with friends. Plans after graduation is to take a gap year, then go to college for sports management and analytics. Jasmine Myrick, parents Angela and Gary Myrick. Fondest memory, participating in FBLA state conference and making it to regionals with the Lady Cavs tennis team. Plans after graduation is to attend Randolph-Macon College and major in elementary education and earn her master's in administration and leadership. James Nagy, parents Canada Nagy and William Marvin. Fondest memory is being in the anime club. Plans after graduation to attend college for game design. Christopher Nunnally Bradshaw, parent Bonnie Bradshaw and Glenn Bradshaw. Fondest memory, seeing all of his friends. Plans after graduation, get a job. Cody Nunnally Bradshaw. Parents Bonnie and Glenn Bradshaw. Fondest memory, to see all the cool stuff that happens in school. After graduation, find a job. Arnasia Parker. Parents April Jones and Rontrace Parker. Fondest memory, her junior year going to Mr. E. Jones' class every 7th block. Sorry, Miss Ellis. Plans after graduation to attend Eastern Mennonite University to receive her bachelor's in music with a concentration in vocal performance and production. Leighton Parker, parents Pam Parker and Billy Parker. Fondest memory, meeting new friends and building relationships. Plans after graduation to go on to the apprenticeship program and work at the Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Tanaya Patrick, parents Monica Young and Matthew Handy. Fondest memory has to be meeting Mrs. Ruffin, the chemistry teacher. She's the best teacher I've ever had. Her plans after graduation, she plans to attend the Academy of Pet Careers, studying nutrition and becoming a handler. Madison Patton, parents Kimberly Holloman and Britt Holloman. Fondest memory has to be getting to meet Mrs. Hayes, the art teacher. She has encouraged me to continue to pursue my love for art. Plans after graduation She plans to attend art school in hopes of publishing her own work as well as a graphic novel. Alexis Perkins, parents Nicole and Donald Perkins, plans after fondest memory, getting to be a part of the cheer team for 4 years and creating bonds with her team. Plans after graduation to attend Radford University to major in nursing with hopes of becoming a travel nurse specializing in pediatrics. Jesse Perry, parents are Sean and Cindy Perry. Fondest memory is making memories of SPS where they were in Forest Glen Middle School. Plans after graduation is to go to the apprenticeship program, again at the Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Haley Raines, parents James and Jessica Raines. Fondest memory is making connections with classmates and teachers. Plans after graduation to attend Paul D. Camp Community College, then transfer to a 4-year university. Dalen Ricks, parent Dexter and Angeline Ricks. Fondest memory, meeting the nice people and making good friends. Plans after graduation, attend TCC and major in cybersecurity. Keasia Riddick, parent Armitris Riddick. Tashiana Riddick, parent Vanity Stevens. Gabriella Robinson, parents Lily and William Robinson. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is becoming a part of the soccer team, the SCA, and being in the biomedical program. Plans after graduation is to attend Penn State and major in veterinary science. Dakota Rory, parents Shannon Arthur Rory and Vernon Rory. Fondest memory, being a part of the IB program and making new friends. Plans after graduation, she will be attending Long Island University, Rock Nation School in Brooklyn with a major in music business and minor in political science to become an entertainment lawyer. Emma Rotzler, parents Joseph and Natalie Rotzler. Fondest memory, being in Mr. Earl's class for 4 years and being a part of the varsity volleyball team. Plans after graduation to attend North Carolina State University and major in agriculture education. Elijah Ruffin, parent Grayshawn Ruffin. Fondest memory, attending the great LHS pep rallies, sporting events, and the Special Olympics tournament his senior year. Plans after graduation to continue to work on his daily life and work skills at Lakeland High School. Jocelyn Sanchez, parents Jose Sanchez and Diana Cardenas. Plans after graduation is to attend ECPI University and major in criminal justice. Jerkiah Savage, parents Constance Hinton and Jermaine Savage. Plans after graduation, or actually fondest memory, is being in the biomedical program. And her plans after graduation is to attend Longwood University and major in nursing to pursue a career in pediatric nurse practitioner. Naisha Savage, parent Shakita Savage. Fondest memory, being a part of the Lakeland varsity basketball team. Plans after graduation to attend Chowan University and play college basketball. Deshaun Scott, parent Trishana Massenberg. Janae Scott, parent Janita Scott. Fondest memory, being active in sports and making memories that I will always cherish. Plans after graduation is to attend Virginia Commonwealth University and major in dental hygiene. Malachi Scott, parent Angelica Scott. Fondest memory, being able to map out his classes and walk into the school by himself daily. Plans after graduation, beginning his job skills coaching. Michaela Stagg, parents Rita Brinkley, grandmother, Satasha Taylor, aunt, and Sherry Stagg, mother. She's deceased. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public School is her freshman year pep rallies. Plans after graduation, to attend Norfolk State University and major in nursing to become a travel nurse. Forrest Stickle, parents Elizabeth and Hugh Stickle. Fondest memory, spending time with my friends and making achievements together. Plans after graduation, He has hopes to continue his employment through Star Motors, thanks to the Prudence Center. Zaire Swaby, parents, Samaya Swaby, fondest memory, coming to Lakeland High School his junior year and making new friends and connections along the way. Plans after graduation, he will attend Old Dominion University and major in entrepreneurship. Okay, it went back. Okay, thank you. Allison Turner, parents Dennis and Josie Turner, fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools. After graduation, she plans to attend the apprentice school at Newport News Shipyard. Savannah Van, parents Charles and Amber Van, fondest memory is prom 2022. Graduation plans, attend Regent University majoring in biophysical sciences with a pre-med focus, possibly one day attending medical school to become a psychiatrist. Charles Watson, parents Paul and Jennifer Watson. Plans after graduation, attending TCC to get his associate's degree. Jasmine Wilkerson, parents Anthony and Latricia Wilkerson Sr. Fondest memory is playing JV basketball during her 9th grade year. Plans after graduation, joining the United States Army. Sandra Wilkerson, parents Anthony and Latricia Wilkerson Sr. Fondest memory, homecoming 2022-23 with her friends. After graduation, she leaves for boot camp, joining the United States Navy, June 27, 2023. Paris Williamson, parents Jennifer Hunter. Fondest memory, meeting the whole Lakeland Guidance Department. Woo-woo! Plans after graduation, she plans to attend Norfolk State University on a VCAN scholarship and study psychology, then get a doctorate degree in neuropsychology to become a neuropsychologist. Naya Wilson, parents Naisha Wilson and Marcus Jones. Fondest memory, meeting my coaches and cheer sisters. Plans after graduation, she plans to attend Norfolk State University on a VCAN scholarship to pursue her BSN and become an emergency travel nurse. Coleman Winslow, Elaine Panatagolis. Fondest memory, 8th grade art class. Plans after graduation, attend Virginia Commonwealth University for music and business. Lauren Winslow, parents Rosanna and Ronnie Winslow Jr. Yesenia Winston, parents Rosa Winston and Samuel Winston Jr. Fondest memory, being a part of the soccer team and the marching band. Plans after graduation is to attend Christopher Newport University and majoring in cybersecurity and business. Peyton Wise, parents Kristen Creeley and Michael Wise. Fondest memory, making new relationships and learning lifelong lessons. Plans after graduation, attending Longwood University with a major in elementary and middle school education. And ladies and gentlemen, the class of 2023 Lakeland High School honor graduates. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. It means a lot. The work you have done is the reason why we're able to have so many honor graduates. And on behalf of the board, we just want to say thank you, and we look forward to next year, and we definitely look forward to graduation. At this time, we're going to move forward with our agenda. And I'm going to go back because we did overlook one thing, and that is the reading of the mission statement of Suffolk Public Schools, and that is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment. And with that being said, I'm going to take this moment before we approve the agenda to just set the house in order so we all on the same page and on the same sheet music. The hour is far spent. We're asking everyone to stick to their agenda topics. That goes for everyone who is coming before a microphone. Please stick to your agenda topics. If you stray from your agenda topics, you are being forewarned now. I will rule you as out of order. I will ask you to take a seat, and we will move to the next person or the next item on the agenda. Please stick to your agenda topics. That's for everyone who is coming to a microphone. At this time, we are in need of a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Vice Chair Howe. Madam Clerk.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, the next item on the agenda is public speakers on agenda topics. Madam Clerk.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. Expressive activities including but not limited to petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas or corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
This afternoon, we have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Travis McKinney, and he will be speaking along the topic of April 6 minutes.
Good evening. Glenn McKinney, 2804 Lake Cahoon Point. Come to speak to you about the minutes from April 6th. This is all in front of you. You have this package. It's a huge package. You have to understand that this is 3 years of information that you are looking at. This package is going to outline and addresses and specifically to the remarks that Superintendent Gordon made in the last school board meeting. there's no sane way that I could stand here and try to parse through this information and make a reasonable presentation to you as what is in this package. Understand that everything in this package, the summary, the narration, the timeline, the FOIAs, the 310 FOIAs, and all the information I have that put this information together will be emailed out to each and every one of you board members. What I'm going to do is talk to the overall theme as I address the comments. So you have to, this is complicated and it's kind of nuanced. So you have to understand the overall theme of what happened on April 6th when Dr. Gordon made his comments of racism and racist activities from people in the community. It starts back, I thought in March, but actually it starts back 3 years before that. So when you go through this, there's a couple of things you have to understand. You have to understand what a symbol construction is. For an example, in the election period time frame, Chairman Riddick tied his black male opponent to a white supremacist. That's symbol construction. You will see all of this happening as you go through the timelines of how Dr. Gordon has created symbol constructions. And out of that, you have what's called a collective action. Collective action meaning I'm going to bring in two speakers on purpose with pre-prepared statements to deliver at a board meeting. You're going to have to understand what an external antagonist is, such as the external antagonist in the symbol construction from the two people that walked in the door that made a disingenuous comment and tied Dr. Brittingham as a racist. See, this is an external antagonist. All of this information is laid out here. You have to know what direct action is. You have to know what the common enemy is, such as a Facebook group being tagged as a racist group because they are now a common enemy. And all of these principles and everything wraps into directly the superintendent's remarks that he made on April 6th and how it all ties together for the narrative of what he's trying to push. In order to get these principles, you have to understand Saul Alinsky. You have to research Saul Alinsky. You have to understand what he did and how things worked, what's called the rules for radicals that are all laid out clearly. We all know that Dr. Gordon is a very disciplined speaker. That's one of the things that makes him a good speaker because when he's on track, you can see it's
Mr.
watching.
McKinney,
Sir.
pause the time, please. Don't mind what you're doing, but when you speak, you can't call the person by
Public
their
domain
name.
information.
But if you can say...
Mr. Waller, where's Mr. Waller? Public domain information. This information is in the public domain. I can call information from the public domain that was given in a public domain at this very school board meeting. Mr. Waller?
Your topic is on the grounds of the minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking, Mr. McKinney, hold it, Mr. McKinney. I've been very respectful.
Yes, sir. I'm very respectful.
And I have been fair to everybody, okay?
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that.
So the only thing I'm asking you to do is to refrain from calling the person's name. You may refer to him as the superintendent or the superintendent of schools.
Mr. Waller, this is information that's in the public domain. It's been presented to the school board. It's been presented to the websites. I ask for you to make the decision on this public domain thing and who I can and cannot call.
You may.
Doesn't have to limit it to positions. He can actually refer to names if he chooses to do so as part of his comments.
Okay, so while you have the floor, Mr. McKinney, we all are growing here. We need to fix our writing then. Okay, you can go ahead and start his time, but that means we need to come back and fix
motion
our
right now
writing.
that I recapture 5 seconds of my time that you interrupted me before you stopped the clock.
You may start now.
Dr. Gordon is a very disciplined, principled speaker. We all know this. When he gives his presentations, he's on track. He stays disciplined to the message. What happened to Dr. Gordon on April 6th is he ran into a price for an alternate construct. You see, Dr. Walsham walked up here and confronted the disingenuous statements and caught Dr. Gordon flat-footed. So he came up and he started making remarks on where the minutes come from. I'll give you an example of how he all of a sudden became undisciplined when his alternate construct and trying to recreate the narrative. You can move to page 15 in your presentations. I'm going to have to do this quick. Halfway down, quote, she was walking to the podium to be greeted and introduce herself, moving down. comment was made by individuals, she was only hired because she is black, not knowing that one of our staff members was sitting behind them. I sat 2 chairs over from them. I did not hear that remark. If you look on page 16, 17, 18, you can see snapshots of the room. You can see clearly that there is nobody sitting behind the group of individuals that he called out. See, that's called creating a common enemy through a symbolic construct. This package will clearly outline on how these are put together. 250 FOIAs from the police department. Not one FOIA came back with a general concern of racism, racist remarks, threats of racism, vandalism due to racism, or anything along those lines. Nothing. The concern that the superintendent raised in the patterns of emails between the chief of police, where you had one photo of a high schooler posting pictures of guns and a message to it, and then the other email raising the concern that Mr. Riddick walked out the building and had Dr. Walsham trying to engage in conversation. And that was such a concern, a security issue, that the superintendent fired off a message to the chief of police asking for secure parking. Think about that for a second. A student making threats with guns and a woman walking up the door with Mr. Riddick have the same security concern. 250 emails, not one word of racism, racist activities, or racist threats.
Thank you so much for your time and for coming before the board. At this time, our next speaker is Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, and her topics are purchase cards, payments of bills, readings, safety audit committee.
Good evening, board members. I'm pleased here tonight to share my thoughts about 3 of the topics I have shared before. First, I want to commend the Safety Committee members for their hard work and dedication. It's been a long time coming, but I couldn't be more pleased with the progress made this year. The comprehensive safety audits that have been conducted and aggregated across all the division schools are a testament to the hard work of this committee. Today's presentation was a true demonstration of what the committee is supposed to do. They've taken the information from the audits and presented it in a clear and concise manner that supports the decision-making process. Moving forward, I urge you to carefully review each of the committee's recommendations and determine how they can be accommodated within the budget. Student and staff safety is a top priority, and I hope you'll ensure that no stone is left unturned in this regard. Moving on to the topics of purchase cards, I want to take a moment to address the progress you are making with the reporting of purchase card information. While there's still work to do, I really am pleased to see it moving in the right direction. We have gone from having little information about purchases to having more. Continued efforts to improve the report will help ensure transparency, something you each have said you believe in. I appreciate you trying to make the report better so there is transparency with the purchase card system. Finally, as I reviewed the bills and payments for the reading program, I'm encouraged to see that progress is beginning to be made in addressing the literacy issue within the school division, at least with the purchase of materials. I can see some of this through purchases to vendors such as Benchmark. I also encourage you to discuss the division's use of iReady as an assessment tool for reading. There are several areas of concern to iReady: the loose alignment to Virginia Standards of Learning, the array of materials available to help students practice for the iReady diagnostic, something students aren't supposed to practice for, and the unlikability of iReady by so many teachers. Now, while the purchase of reading materials is a positive step, it's essential that we also provide comprehensive professional development for our educators. Direct and explicit instruction, content learning, and phonics are all critical components of effective reading instruction, no matter the reading program you have in place. Therefore, it's paramount that you provide strong foundational training on how the brain learns to read. Moving forward, I urge you to consider the importance of professional development and ensure that it is adequately funded and prioritized. The foundational training is more important than the books, as what is learned in the right kind of training can be used with any reading program that you choose to implement. Nothing beats a well-trained teacher in the classroom. Furthermore, I hope there's a clear plan to monitor the implementation of the new reading program throughout the school year, as well as an evaluation plan to assess the effectiveness of what is being implemented. This is a key responsibility of yours, and you've not yet been able to create greater success because you do not receive what is needed to do so. It takes a nonstop commitment to continuous improvement to ensure that our students receive the best possible education. And I do believe this division can do some great things in reading if you get the basics right. Again, I want to express my appreciation for your continued support and commitment to our students' safety and success. The purchase card reporting and trying to get that so it is transparent and starting to pay some deeper attention to the area of reading. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Washington, for coming out. Thank you so much for coming out. At this time, we're going to move to Good News Report.
Thank you, Mr. Rick. I'm going to call to the podium Mr. Melvin Bradshaw in our Communications and Community Engagement Office. For the Good News Report, he's going to highlight our alumni for Where Are They Now, our All Suffolk Reads campaign, the College and Career Academy at Pruden, one of our students from the Governor Schools from the Arts, Ms. Williams, the VSBA Regional Spring Network Forum Arts Contest, our music education program receiving national recognition, Southwestern's Book Blast program, Nansemond Parkway Elementary School being published in the Scholastic News, Access College Foundation's College Commitment Day, the Suffolk Art League Artistic Versus Writing Contest winner, the Day of Action with the United Way, our time at the Norfolk Tides game, and closing out with the awards and recognitions on the Teacher Spotlight, and then I will close it out with the calendar of special events. Mr. Bradshaw?
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chairman Howell, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I want to start our Good News Report with our alumni highlight. To let you know, Brittany Waller was the first valedictorian of Kings Fork High School for the class of 2005. She was also an honor graduate that year. I'm sorry, I need the clicker. Here we go. There we go. Brittany Waller, first valedictorian of Kings Fork High School in 2005. So that's the first year Kings Fork High School opened up. She was an honor graduate, and she was co-president of the class of 2005 at that time. The class motto for that class was Born to Thrive, and she returned to Suffolk to contribute to her community by being the visual arts coordinator for the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. She earned her Bachelor of Fine Arts degree with a concentration of fashion design from Savannah College of Art and Design. Eventually, she moved on to George Washington University, where she studied exhibition design, and then she came back to Suffolk to contribute to our community by becoming the visual arts coordinator for the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts. Brittany Waller is our alumni highlight for tonight. Over the last month, elementary students across Suffolk experienced the magic of reading through the All Suffolk Reads program. Students followed the adventures of El Ray Jakes, a third grader who overcomes various obstacles to perform magic tricks at a school talent show. This marks the second time that Suffolk Public Schools has partnered with the Norfolk-based nonprofit organization, All District Reads, on a system-wide reading program. Last fall, Suffolk's elementary students read Cleo Edison Oliver, Playground Millionaire by Sunday Frazier. This spring, the district followed up with El Ray Jake's Is Magic by Sally Warner. This has been a great program, and we thank Ms. Twisdale and Ms. McCoy for their efforts in this program. Virginia's newest love sign will soon make its way around Hampton Roads as part of a local recycling campaign. A high school welding class at the College and Career Academy at Pruden built the structure. The project comes through AskHRGreen.org, an environmental education arm of the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission. The group put out a request last fall for an artist to build the sign and chose the Pruden Center, which received $2,500. Longtime welding instructor Tom Sherrick said he saw the challenge as a good way for students to apply what they learn. The sign will remain in Suffolk through May, and it will then travel throughout the region as follows: Portsmouth in June, Newport News in July, August in Norfolk, Virginia Beach in September, Gloucester in October, James City County in November, and ending up in York County in December. It's on a special tour. In the dance department at the Governor's School for the Arts in Norfolk, Eternity Williams choreographed a dance piece for her senior showcase. She attends Nansemond River High School. Her teachers thought she had a strong enough dance piece to submit to the National High School Dance Festival at Point Park University in downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was accepted to be performed in the festival's student choreography showcase. When she got to the festival, her dance piece was performed, and the dance piece titled "Dissection of Self" won honorable mention in the category of student choreography. This is considered the third highest honor in this category at the National High School Dance Festival, and she received a $100 check as a reward. The Tidewater region of the 2023 Virginia School Board Association Regional Spring Network Forums Art Contest took place on April 24th in Isle of Wight. Second place middle school winner, Melina Thompson from from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, with her artwork titled "Draped in Shades of Green," was the second place middle school winner. Certificates of participation were given out to Lila Franklin from Florence Bowser Elementary School with her artwork titled Thinking Lila, and Mary Roberts from Nansemond River High School for her artwork titled Romance. Congratulations to these individuals. Suffolk Public. Okay.
We want to take the time to show the school community this is Lila's work, as well as the board for participation in the Tidewater Spring Regional Forum Art Contest. Is Lila here? Not here? All right. Is Melina here? Couldn't you man that? This is Melina, who got second place overall for great artwork.
Suffolk Public Schools has been honored with the Best Communities for Music Education designation from the NAM Foundation for its outstanding commitment to music education. Now in its 24th year, the Best Communities for Music Education designation is awarded to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music, access, and education to all students. To qualify for the Best Communities designation, Suffolk Public Schools answered detailed questions about funding, graduation requirements, music class participation, instruction time, facilities, and support for the music program and community music making programs. Responses were verified by school officials and reviewed by the Music Research Institute at the University of Kansas. Suffolk Public Schools is one of 830 districts nationwide and one of 19 in Virginia to receive this award for the 2023 year for Best Communities for Music Education.
And I actually have something for all of you. This award is given to the community. It's because of the support that comes from the community, which starts with the superintendent and the school board. So I want to personally thank you on behalf of all the students in Suffolk Public Schools and our teachers for what you do every day to fight for them to have a well-rounded education. This is not possible without all the work that you all do and all the work that, like you saw tonight with John Yates, I see some other music colleagues here. I'm extremely proud of Suffolk Public Schools, and I'm extremely proud of the work that our teachers and students and the community are putting into all of everything that you all are supporting. And so, from the NAM Foundation, I have certificates for each one of you. They say, we congratulate you. I'm going to read Dr. Gordon's. Suffolk Public Schools, Suffolk, Virginia, Dr. John B. Gordon III, Superintendent of Schools, for outstanding support of music education, enriching the lives of children and advancing student achievement. So thank you very much. And I am over the moon to be able to bring this to you all.
Blast Books Are Fun is a family engagement activity that Southwestern Elementary School families and teachers participated in during the months of March and April. The mission and guarantee of the Books Blast Are Fun was the following: to inspire more lifelong readers by putting at least one hot new book in the hands of every student at your school, to help build children's futures by growing home libraries and with popular new books. Southwestern received close to $23,000 in contributions from parents toward books for their students. 100% of the contributions went towards books and supplies for students and teachers. Thanks to all who raised the money, and all students received books to add to their home libraries. If you want to look at the video on this, you can check it out at our YouTube page. It's an excellent video by Danny Epperson. Congratulations to the Nansemond Parkway Elementary School for having an article published in the Scholastic News magazine for April 10th, 2023. The article, A Sign of Kindness, is based on the story that Wavy 10 ran back in October of 2025 of 2022 about teacher Carrie McKelskany's fourth grade class learning sign language to help them interact with cafeteria worker Lisa Duckwell, who is deaf. This activity has taught students a new life skill when selecting their lunch. The teacher said she is happy that she can teach sign language to students while they are so young. Congratulations to Nansemond Parkway. Three Suffolk students recently won scholarships at Access College Foundation's College Commitment Day. It was held at ODU Chartway Arena. Naisha Savage from Lakeland High School won a $2,000 scholarship from Chowan University, where she will attend next year. Kenya Hare from Kings Fork High School won a $5,000 scholarship from PRA Group and has committed to attending Virginia Commonwealth University next year. And Dalen Ricks, also from Lakeland High School, won a $1,000 scholarship to Tidewater Community College. Congratulations to these students for winning these scholarships. Congratulations to Caitlin Taylor for being awarded third prize in the Artistic Verses Writing Contest sponsored by the Suffolk Art League. She won with her writing titled Vulnerability. The Nansemond River High School journalism and creative writing students submitted writing pieces for this contest. Congratulations to Caitlin. A special thank you goes out to the United Way of Southampton Roads. On Friday, April 21st, they sponsored a day of action in which they partnered with schools to come in with volunteers and help to do small projects. At Elephants Fork Elementary School, they donated 10 elephant ear bulbs to the herd and 8 knockout rose plants, plus the mulch and potting soil for the day of action. Thank you to United Way. On Saturday, April 22nd, Suffolk Public Schools staff and their families attended a cookout and a Norfolk Tides baseball game. The cookout took place at Kings Fork High School from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and then the Norfolk Tides baseball game was at 7 p.m. as the Norfolk Tides took on the Rochester Red Wings on Star Wars night. A special thank you goes out to Ann McCoy, Coordinator of Employee Wellness, for her efforts in planning and overseeing this great event. And for our April Teacher Spotlight, we'd like to recognize the following teachers: Sarah Rhodes, Kings Fork High School; Angela Salerno from Kilby Shores Elementary School; Brandon Fry from Nansemond River High School; Anita Henson from Southwestern Elementary School; Tom Sherrick, the College and Career Academy at Pruden; Sharonda Lewis, Nansemond Parkway Elementary School; Adrian Bradley Gray, Booker T. Washington Elementary School; Aisha Lewis, Kings Fork High School; Jennifer Pusnik from John Yates Middle School; Tracy Halverson from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School; and Martha Griffin from Oakland Elementary School and Elephants Fork Elementary School. Congratulations to these teachers for this recognition. That concludes our good news report.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw, and definitely congratulations to all of the fine and performing arts. Dr. Neighbors, once again, another artistic award for our arts programs here, as you can see from all of our artists that won awards for VSBA, Suffolk Art League, etc. For the calendar of special events, next month, May, is National Physical Fitness and Sports Month. It is also Asian Pacific American Heritage Month for the month of May. This is also National Teacher Appreciation Week that we've been sending out messages every day thanking our teachers. Tomorrow, Dr. Brown is up for the Superintendent's Cabinet. We will have a Facebook Live to close out the year on May 19th, beginning at 3 o'clock p.m. Just a reminder to our school community that Memorial Day is May 29th. There'll be no school for students or staff. And our next school board meeting, Mr. Riddick, will be June 8th. That includes the calendar of special events.
Thank you so much. At this time, the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Okay. It has been made and second. At this time, Madam Clerk. Board Member Brooks Buck made the motion and Board Member Jenkins second.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is unfinished business. And I'm going to ask you all if you all prefer to take this collectively or if there's any ordinances that you want to pull out and take individually. Yes, ma'am.
I move that we take these collectively since these items have been on. We've had 2 months to read them,
Okay.
study them. So I make a motion that we take these collectively, items.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Member Byram. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business. And the first item is payment of retention bonus to full-time and part-time employees. Dr. Gordon?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Wendy Forsman in case there's any questions from the board. We had sent communication out as well as what we had discussed at the Finance Committee meeting on Monday, that we were looking to pay bonuses to staff, $750 to full-time staff, while also serving this as a retention bonus based on some savings that we had determined would occur before the end of the year. We are asking for any staff that signs their contracts by June 9th. We will have a separate payroll for this bonus to go out on June 30th. We'll also include $375 to permanent part-time staff. We are also taking a look at our subs and other tutors, depending on their total number of work days for the 23-24 year, for them to also to be eligible for a bonus. And if Ms. Forsman, there's anything I'm forgetting, please feel free to add.
I want to make sure and add that it is coming from the CARES Act. We did get approval from the state to pay this from CARES Act. The roof bids came in a little lower than we anticipated and allowed us some extra money in that line that we then went to the state and asked if we could use for this purpose to help us retain staff for the coming year. They approved it, and that's what the source of funding is for this.
Board members, are there any questions? Board Member Barron?
Make a motion.
Okay, you may.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the payment of the retention bonuses.
Okay, the motion has been made. I got it. The motion has been made by Board Member Barron. Who second? Board Member Jenkins second. The motion at this time, Madam Clerk. Okay, let me turn on everyone's mic.
Board Member Suffolk? Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksville?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Board members, we're going to have to backtrack a little bit. We overlooked the actual voting on accepting all of the unfinished businesses, all the unfinished business ordinance at one. We voted that we wanted to take it collective, but we didn't actually vote to approve or down. So at this time, Madam Clerk, could you?
In fact, Mr. Chairman, in that it looks like you're having some difficulty with the electronic voting. So throughout the remainder of this meeting, all of your votes are going to have to be by roll call.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Is there a motion to approve?
Yes, I move to approve the unfinished business, the ordinances 22/23 through 76, 7-76 through 22/23 through 86.
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and seconded by Vice Chair Howell. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Board Member Suffolk? Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksville?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we cooking. The next item on the agenda is the VDOE authorization of signature in the absence of the division superintendent extension. There we go.
Yes, thank you.
The system is glitching.
Can I use your mic?
There we go. It's on.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman Riddick. As customary, this is an extension through December of 2023 for our two designees for the school division in my absence to be Dr. Akima Branch, Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Rodney Brown, Chief of Administrative Services.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Member Jenkins and Board Member Byram. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on our agenda is Resolution 22/23/17, a resolution of the Suffolk School Board for the Suffolk City, Virginia, agreeing to reimburse the city of Suffolk, Virginia, an amount equal to what is received in a state aid to correct a miscalculation made by the Virginia Department of Education.
Yeah, you skipped number 3.
My screen,
I think
all
that's what it
technology is just going crazy today. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read resolution items 3 for new business?
22/23-16, a resolution of the school board of the city of Suffolk, Virginia, granting the school superintendent the authority to obligate and by encumbrance any remaining appropriated funds before the end of the current fiscal, June 30, 2023, for certain designated repairs and/or purchasing needs of the Suffolk Public Schools.
Is there a motion to approve?
I have some questions. Would you address those? This is appropriating any encumbered funds. Would you discuss that a bit, Mr. Superintendent? Mr. Chair, could the superintendent discuss that a bit, just for clarity?
Don't we have to have a
For the
motion on the
public.
floor before we discuss?
It's supposed to be a motion on the floor first and then a
You have a-
second.
You need a
and then
motion or a
discussion.
second, then you have a discussion.
Is there a motion? A motion?
So move.
Second.
Second over here.
Board Member Slinglove was trying to say something, but the system is glitching.
I think she made the motion, didn't you?
No,
No.
I wanted to make a motion that we approve the encumbrance resolution 22/23-16 with the stipulation that we receive a report on the expenditure of those funds quarterly, beginning in July of 2023.
Okay. So Attorney Wall, I'm going to ask you to help us clean this up because there are two motions on the floor. So it's a motion, and it has been seconded with the first one. So Board Member Slinglove, your motion would be to amend the approval of the motion to include the quarterly reports beginning when?
July.
July?
July of 2023.
Okay, according to Robert Rules of Order, the person who made the motion, are you in agreement with the amendment to the motion?
I have a question. We automatically get reports of what's being spent,
Every month.
right?
Yes,
For the encumbrance?
for anything.
The total encumbrances are included in the financial report that you receive monthly under the heading, under the column that says encumbrances. That includes all encumbrances. We also bring to this board in September the total encumbrances that are carried forward, and we report that separately in September to let you know exactly the results of operations once we close the year. You understand, we close the year June 30th. Everything has to be encumbered by that date. Those roll forward into the budget in the new year by themselves into the budget. So we put the budget in as you approve it and adopt it. Then as we roll those encumbrances forward to the new year, because they're obligations to pay, that becomes added budget. So the budget increases by that amount of money. If you look on the financial report on the very front page where revenue is at the bottom, I tell you exactly how much by fund rolled forward as encumbrance. And then each month, we tell you how, you'll see how that comes down each month under the encumbrance category and then goes back up as we encumber during the current year. We keep a separate list for the auditors of the payments made. In other words, each month I look at each one and make sure what payments were made, and if we have to liquidate something, that money has to be set aside and sent back to the city next year. The auditors review it and audit it every year. They look for the payments. They make sure that we've made the payments for the right thing on that
purchase order and for that vendor, we are not allowed to change after June 30th, either the vendor, the amount, or what we're purchasing on those purchase orders. They, as planned, vendor, amount, and what it's for, or we cannot use it to pay. It has to go back to the city. So it's heavily regulated, and I would, since I've got the mic just for a minute, if we're going to do something quarterly, can we do it September 30th, December 30th, March? Because I can't remember 3 months from July. It's just too hard to do that. So if in fact you do that, could we please make it at the end of each quarter?
Before we move forward, let me take some of the ice out of the air. People have the right to ask. And the board has the right for one vote each person. The board. It's okay that a person wants to ask a question. That's their right. What the board decides to do is the will of the board. Board Member Slingloff, with the information that has been provided today, do you want to withdraw your amendment?
May I ask a question?
You may.
Ms. Forsman, are you able to distinguish, I see the encumbrance, what's encumbered in here, but is it distinguishable from the current fiscal year budget when we're looking at last year's contracting resolution? I imagine those to be two separate categories. So what I'm referring to is last year, I don't know how to distinguish last year's encumbered funds from that contracting from what is currently encumbered from this fiscal year budget to distinguish that. So my question is, if we're making a new encumbrance contracting resolution, is there a way to track that money, whatever those monies are that are encumbered, if there's anything, like we discussed earlier, if there's anything remaining at the end of this fiscal year, is there any way to track that so that we can see this is what was encumbered from the 22-23 school year. These were the encumbered funds that were held back, and this is how they're being spent. Because on this resolution here, we have a list of items that are committed, you've said that's exactly what
yes, ma'am.
Yes, if we have, it's a wish list, so to speak. If we are able to retain any of the money, that's what would be, ideally what we would be using it on. So I would like to see some sort of a report that shows us throughout the year, these are the monies that were remaining, that were retained through encumbrance contracting according to this resolution, and this is how we have expended them. Because that should be different than the current budget for the fiscal year. Is that correct?
Actually, it rolls into the new budget, and you see it as part of the total budget on the expense page of the financial report. So the budget rolls forward.
So it combines last year's encumbrance money combined with this fiscal year budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
No problem. If you look on the front page of the financial report, under the use of fund balances, you can see the encumbrances carried forward for the operating fund and the food services fund, a use of fund balance that we carried forward from the previous year, and the total is $7.787 million. And then what happens is if you look at the second page, which is the expense page, there's an entire column that says encumbrances as of the date of the report, and it's by program, by program line, and it tells you what's left in each of those lines. The budget that you see in the first column of that report includes the budget for those encumbrances from the previous year. So you're seeing the full picture there on that report of everything that we have budget for and encumbrances. Now, the front page tells you how much of that was carried forward from last year.
Okay, so in essence, the money that is retained through encumbrance contracting is added on to the next fiscal budget.
Yes.
So anything that's remaining, we're just rolling it over into the next year is a layman's terms of saying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So would you like to withdraw your amendment to the motion that's on the floor? Or would you like to keep it there? Because if the originator of the motion, if she declines the amendment, then it has to come to a vote about amending it. So, and that's according to Robert Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. So the question I'm asking you, Board Member Slingloff, do you want to withdraw the amendment or do you want to keep it?
I will withdraw it.
Thank you. All right, so the motion has been made by Board Member Jenkins and seconded by Board Member Byram. At this time, Madam Clerk, we're going to, it looks like the systems is rolling now, but we're still going to do a roll call vote.
Mr. Riddick. I had a question.
Oh, I didn't see it up here. Yes, ma'am.
That was what I was going to ask at first. I was simply asking if, when we go through this, if Dr. Gordon could explain so that if people had questions about what it was we were talking about, they could understand. That was my only question. And since it has been answered, I'm fine. But that was my question.
Thank you
That's
so
all.
much, Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, we're going to move forward with the clerk to do our roll call vote.
Board members, please vote. Board member Brittingham?
No.
Board member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Board Member Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Before we go on to the next item, I want to just clear something up. It's okay for us to have a difference of getting to our end result. It's okay. There's no victor or loser in this situation. It's not about any of us here. It's about these kids. I'm asking all of us to remove our emotions out of it. It's about these children. And let's give people grace the same way someone gave you grace. Being a board member is not easy. Sometimes you're going to ask questions to a veteran board member or to another board member that may seem moot, but it's okay. Let's extend grace. We all are learning each and every day. Madam Clerk, could you read the next item on new business, please?
Resolution 22/23-17, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, agreeing to reimburse the City of Suffolk, Virginia, an amount equal to what is received in state aid to correct a miscalculation made by the Virginia Department of Education.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell, second by Board Member Byram. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you can call the vote.
Are there questions? Mr. Riddick, I would like to say something. I think that it's important that we establish the fact that we must always give back any funds that are in the budget at the end of the school year. Anyway, so the resolution is a promise that we're making, and I want to be clear what it is we're doing. The resolution is a promise that we're going to give back the funds. If the city gives us the funds, we're going to give them back to them. Is that correct?
No, from my understanding, I would just want to explain it in a fuller context. Okay.
Right, that's what I want.
So the resolution actually is in part, because the state messed up, we're short a substantial amount of funds. If the city advance us those funds and give us those funds so we can have a fully funded budget from what the superintendent initially suggested, we're stating that if the state comes down later on and give us some funds to make up for what they done, we will give that money back to the city. If the city gave us the funds. So if the city don't give us the funds, then we have no reimbursement to the city because there was no advance in funds. Any additional questions? Board members? There being none, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Clerk, could you read the next item on the agenda?
Resolution 22/23-18, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award to Triangle Roofing Services Incorporated and Roof Services, a Tecta Company, LLC, pursuant to a written invitation to bid issued by Suffolk Public Schools.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell, second by Board Member Brittingham. Are there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Clerk, could you read the next item as well?
Item number 6, 2023-2024 budget adjustment for adoption. That's a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. I'm going to call back to the podium Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer. As we presented at the Finance Committee meeting on Monday, based on the shortfall that Mr. Riddick just mentioned, we must do a budget adjustment from the superintendent's proposed budget from February 23rd, 2023. Ms. Forsman is going to review the necessary steps that we were taking in order to make sure that we have a balanced budget for the board to vote on tonight. Ms. Forsman?
Good evening again. As we talk about the budget this year, it has been very complicated, so if you're confused, you're not alone. It's a lot of information, and we've had a lot of less seasoned finance people around the state calling and asking what some of us who've been around for a little while are going to do because they really don't understand what's going on. So what you can see here is that from your approved budget, so the superintendent proposed his budget, then this board approved a budget, it went to the city. After that point, okay, that was the governor's proposed budget. After that point, the General Assembly passed a skinny budget. It was passed on March 23rd, but it wasn't signed into law. So we had to send our budget to the city by April 1st. Okay, so we didn't have the information. We had to use the governor's proposed budget. The final calculation tool for that skinny budget, and I use that term loosely, that's their term, not mine, they provided a calculation tool to us on April 7th, after we had to give it to the city. Then on May 3rd, the city appropriated $2 million less than we had requested. So this means that we have to adjust our budget in order to get to a balanced budget. Is he gonna do it? All right, John, it's not doing it, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Just hit that, okay, sorry. All right, so what happened in the skinny budget is the state reduced their revenue by $835,787. Now, of that, $560,966 is in a revenue line that says bonus. Part of the skinny budget was they did not pass the governor's proposed bonus of 1%. Okay, so that's not in the budget that is currently signed into law called the skinny budget. So we had to remove that $560,966. They also made some changes within other lines of the state budget for lines for us to the tune of $274,821, which equals that $835,787. And those lines that they adjusted a lot up and down, but the ones that really matter were between the CSEP line where they reimburse us for CSEP students and this SOQ for special ed. They did some work in that and adjusted one up and the other down, but the difference between the adjustments was about that $280,000. So we had to reduce the state revenue by $835,000. We had to reduce the city revenue by $2 million. So it's $2,835,787 of revenue that we will not receive. So we have to go into the budget and reduce expenses in order to balance it. So the difference between those and removing the expense for the bonus, which was bonus and FICA, that appears on page 165 under non-departmental expense of the budget book. We removed that out because that is no longer in the budget that is approved and signed into law by the governor. And the difference between those was $1,692,347 that remains for us to find a way to cut our budget. So here are the recommended changes. When we first proposed the budget, we were in the middle of trying to find athletic trainers because the ones that we had under contract weren't able to fulfill the contract. The initial estimates coming out from that were quite high, and so we put enough in the budget as proposed to cover those. When we finalized the contract for next year, it was a difference of $109,985, so we were able to reduce that line to help us.
We eliminated, we're asking to eliminate an ITRT, which is an instructional technology resource teacher, and one technology technician position for a total of $114,597. We're recommending to eliminate 10 teacher assistants for $356,290. Eliminate the S3 positions, those safety, security, and support positions, 28 of them for $995,980. Also, to reduce the bus driver raise to $18 an hour, which drops it from 23% to 17%, for $115,945. And this gets us to our $1,692,347 and reduces the positions by 40. We look first at items that we've added to the budget, because we do not want to undo things that are working this year. So we have to look first at things that are added when we're looking to balance our budget. Unfortunately, it meant people that we had added this year, because if you remember, the raises for the most part, other than the bus drivers, were at state level. State said 5%. The only difference with the teacher raises at 6.14%, which wasn't a lot of money to pull out of the budget. So we left that in the best interest of attracting teachers. Our bus drivers were getting 23%, which is way above the 5%. We still feel like we can compete to get bus drivers even at $18 an hour. So it was felt that it was better to pull that money rather than pull from the teachers. So here's your new budget for adoption, and these numbers will be different from the city because the city did not pull the bonus money out of their budget before they appropriated to us. But we know we're not going to get that money in that format. So it is not prudent for us to adopt a budget that we know is not going to happen. So the total budget for next year would be $224,665. And that's a 3.83% decrease from current year. And you can see there the difference in the different ones. The only one that really changed was that you guys haven't seen was the operating fund. How does this look? Based on the budgeted fund summary, you can see here the operating fund makes up 82.41%, grants 13.32%, and then food and nutritional services at 4.27%. Major classification did not change by much. You can still see it's in the 75% range for instruction and support. Administration, attendance, and health is at 2.14. And so as you go around, most of these are very close to the same because we did things across the board. The remaining positions that would remain in the budget if you adopt it tonight would be the theater teacher, the Navy cadet teacher, the reading specialists that we're required to bring over from Title I, the ISS monitors to full-time, the safety monitors to full-time, and then, of course, we're subtracting still that trades position that was part-time for a total of 16.4 new positions in the budget. Are there questions?
Board members Brooks Buck.
I was going to ask, when I looked up there, I saw safety people were removing. If we got, because we are not getting the money from the city now, we have to remove the safety. Okay.
And how many positions? 28. Almost $1 million in cost.
Board member Board member Brittingham.
I have a question. Let me think about this. I know that we have a shortfall, but the General Assembly has stated that they have made that shortfall up. I'm not quite sure that I understand what you're talking about, because my understanding is not only did they make it up, but there's $2.5 million extra that has been added into that.
No, ma'am, they did not make it up for this next fiscal year that you're adopting or may adopt tonight. They made it up for current fiscal year because most school divisions had already put out contracts and everything on that money, expecting that money. So they made us whole for the current year so that we would not, so we'd be able to finish our contracts out for the year with teachers and staff. But they did nothing for this coming year's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any additional questions? There being none, the next item. is the budget itself. With the amendments that Ms. Forsman just made plain, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
The motion has been made by Board Members Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Members Jenkins. At this time, is there any discussion? Okay, there being none, Madam Clerk.
Hold on.
You got
I did. I find it very difficult to accept that the S3 positions are on the chopping block. I know that I don't understand the finances well enough to be able to find out where we could make up that $800,000, $900,000 difference. But when this budget came out, that was one of the key factors for both the teachers and for safety in the schools, alleviating some of the weights of the teachers and the safety in the schools. And I feel that it's devastating to pull this out of this budget.
Where would you propose we take it from?
That's what I'm saying. I don't have that exact answer. What I would like to know, if the city does in fact increase our budget, are those positions going to be added back in? Will they be the first things added back into this budget?
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. So, Ms. Lindell, if you're correct, that was part of the main reason why we were so adamant about getting that city support. And as you heard Ms. Forsman say, and as we discussed at the Finance Committee on Monday, the new positions have to be the first thing to be taken out, and that was a little over $1 million. The challenge that we now have, depending on if the General Assembly comes back in at the end of June, and even from communication that Vice Chair Howell had with the mayor, nothing would potentially be able to be done by the city until the middle of July at the earliest. And this means that we would have to then post a position and try to hire really by teacher work week, so we would have 1 month. Now, what we are doing is we are watching to determine if there's any other options that we may have available with some of the federal money, but it's just too early to tell. Every communication that Ms. Forsman has had with other chief financial officers across the state, as well as communication I've had with the state themselves, everyone is in that wait and see mode. And so our biggest challenge is to try to determine if things do happen, how quickly we could potentially get that posted, then get people hired, then get people trained. Because of the window that we're looking at with, if the board adopts the budget today, we would then issue contracts May 24th. And it takes, 10 days or so, because we can't issue a contract until y'all tell us the amount, to make sure that all the entries not only are keyed in, but that there's no errors. And that's the challenge, and that's the biggest probably disappointment for us, because by the time the city were to do anything, or even by the time the state was to do anything, teachers are gone. And so we are really hamstrung for that. However, we are looking at some other options, but we have to wait until the end of the fiscal year to be able to do so.
May I ask another question? That we just approved the encumbrance monies, if they're encumbrance contracting. That money, if there is any remaining money from this budget, now that I understand that it rolls over into the next budget, does that free up any money that could be allocated?
So that was a question actually that Ms. Howell had sent me earlier this week. And the challenge that you have is that all of that encumbrance funds is one-time spending. And you don't want to take the risk with payroll with one-time spending, because anything that we do with that also has to carry over for the following year to make sure those people have jobs the following year. So, Ms. Forsman, is there anything you want to add to that answer?
I do. If we do not encumber it, and you can't encumber payroll, then we have to go back to the city in the fall. It takes it even further out. We go back to the city in the fall, because remember, we have a 45-day window after June 30th before we close. Okay, so we have bills coming in for
the month of June that don't come in until July or early August because of electricity. We don't get the state sales tax money for June until mid-July. There's lots of things that don't happen by June 30th. So we have a 45-day window that we keep the books open in order to account for all of those items because they are considered part of the June 30th year. If we have money left over, and that's a big if at this moment, that money, either you encumber it and you contract it for one-time things, or you have to save it until the fall and go to the city council and ask for it back. If you ask for it back, you're not guaranteed it more than the one time. And so what ends up happening is if you give contracts out on one-time money, then you run the risk of having what's called a RIF the following year, where you can't afford those jobs, and then you're laying people off, which causes more problems because, of course, that's a morale issue. Then you also have unemployment issues after that. So we avoid, in government, putting out contracts for employees on one-time money. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Are there any additional questions, board members? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell? Yes. Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next items that are listed on the new businesses are informational. At this time, we're going to move on to public speakers on non-agenda topics. Madam Clerk?
To ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceeding. Expressive activities including but not limited to petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in any meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any graph or chart during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Board members, due to the length, and due to the amount of speakers we have, we're going to reduce the time from 5 minutes to 4. Okay? 5 minutes to 4. And at this time, our first speaker will be Robin Page. appreciation for the experience the family has had coming to Suffolk Public Schools in 2022.
Hello, everybody. I'm Robin Page. My address is 3018 Indian Point Road, Suffolk. First, due to Teacher Appreciation Week, I wanted to say thank you to all of the teachers. We can't possibly know all that they sacrifice and do on behalf of our children, and so we thank them. We happen to be new to the Suffolk Public School System for the 2022-23 school year, and we've been able to attend several school board meetings since the beginning of the year. We came from a private school, and we just wanted to share our experience since we've joined the Kings Fork High School family. Unfortunately, there seems to be some division around our school board and superintendent, and it appears to be racial or political. As a parent and as an adult, I hope we will all remember that we are role models for our children in our lives, and that we all will see the humanity in others and that it matters. I hear often how race is brought up in topics or comments in a negative way, and as a believer in Jesus Christ, the subject of equity, diversity, and inclusion is a good thing, as I love how Jesus has always been thinking of the entire community. I hope more people will come to appreciate and embrace EDI just as they would a bouquet of flowers. I appreciate that during the March meeting, a comment was made that after living and serving in the community for decades, when the superintendent's team was all white, many who were bringing up topics of race didn't have an issue with it, and wondering why they do now, as many leaders are black, and not to mention doctors. There's also been issues brought up that do matter, and I hope that the board has addressed them. When parents feel their children are being mistreated on the bus or bullied at school, these are very legit areas of concern. They need to be handled appropriately. What we know is that there's no school or school board that will ever be perfect, but I did want to share some of the appreciation on behalf of my own family. This has been a positive experience for us since joining the Suffolk Public School community at the Kings Fork High School. We came from a private school, and not knowing the community, we first came to a soccer game before we enrolled. We enjoyed the game and asked a nearby family about their experience at Kings Fork. They were loving it, and they were a military family that had experience living in multiple areas and being in multiple schools in the world. We were able to visit the school and learn about the classes and services offered. I happen to be a mom with lots of questions, and my son's counselor and the SOL staff patiently responded to all my many emails and helped me to understand the process as we were transferring in during the 11th grade year. The school offers tutoring for SOLs and communicates the details well with the parents. When I entered the school, I felt welcome. When I've been in the office, the staff have been attentive, and they make me feel like I matter. I've had questions in which I've reached out to the school board. I was pointed in the right direction, and I got answers. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to the bus drivers. I work in human resources for my company, and I know that it is an extremely hard position to fill. I'm glad we're still giving them raises. I know for our route, our bus driver is doing double duty. So for parents that rely on the bus system, we appreciate the bus drivers ensuring our children are getting to school safely. So I want to say thank you to all for what you do to help make the Suffolk Public School systems work. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ms. Susanna Sneed, implementing a medical health professions class in all high schools.
Good evening, Suffolk Public School Board. My name is Susanna Shedd, and I'm a senior at Grassfield High School. I'm also here representing the Shenandoah Valley region as Miss Shenandoah Valley's Teen 2023. Today, I would like to speak to you all about the importance of including a medical health professions class as a science or elective credit-bearing course in all public high schools. Considering the lack of students being able to volunteer in hospitals and the lack of medical career advocacy in public schools, there has been drastic shortages in medical personnel nationwide. There's a predicted shortage of 54,000 to 139,000 physicians in America by 2033, with currently 300,000 physicians leaving the medical field in 2021. These drastic shortages are largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the mental toll it took on many of the nation's physicians. Furthermore, America could face a shortage of nurses up to 13 million by 2030. According to the American Medical Association, 45% of physicians are 55 years of age or older. Though their wisdom is needed in the field of medicine, they are getting more and more burnt out.
Without the hope of future generations and younger physicians to progress the field of medicine, pay them more to extend their careers. This issue is an epidemic of its own and requires education and encouragement for students to get involved in the medicinal careers to help safeguard the future of all American citizens. Lack of education and lack of student volunteer opportunities are both major factors in why students don't want to work in the medical field. The field of medicine is so broad and can be overwhelming to students who already have enough stress in their lives. By offering a medical health professions class in all high schools, students would be taught about the 200+ medical careers they could pursue. Many of these careers are not widely recognized, such as radiation therapist, podiatrist, pharmacy technician, audiologist, and more. This class could also offer field trips where students go to meet healthcare specialists in their field of medicine to better understand what that job entails. Lastly, these classes could also promote student volunteer programs or internships in hospitals to further the involvement of students in medicine. By encouraging students to pursue medicine through educational courses and student volunteer opportunities, the next generation of healthcare professionals will be secure. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tracy Hamilton, the Excellence of Suffolk Public Schools students.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Hamilton. My address is 102 Rockland Terrace in our great city of Suffolk. Good evening to the school board members and to Dr. Gordon. My name again is Tracy Hamilton. I'm a member of the Suffolk Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. In our chapter, I serve as the Social Action Committee Chair. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated was founded in 1913 by 22 women committed to service, scholarship, service, and social action. Our local chapter has 180 members. And of those 180 members, 79% of those members are Suffolk residents. Our chapter has been committed to service in the Suffolk community since 1964. But more importantly, I am a parent of 4 Suffolk Public School students. I have a student in 10th, 9th, 3rd, and kindergarten. And tonight I'm here to speak to you about the excellence of our Suffolk Public School students. In the last couple of months, there's been so much attention paid to the shortcomings and the negativity of the division, but there's not enough attention paid to the successes of our students. However, there is not enough conversations on this stage regarding the successes of our students and staff, the people who make the division shine. If you're not sure what to highlight, I have a few suggestions. Let's start with addressing our teachers. This week is Teachers Appreciation Week. I want to personally thank all the teachers of Suffolk Public Schools who work tirelessly to educate the young minds of the future. I pose one question: what have you done a week dedicated to the teachers to celebrate them? We have 24 more days left in school. They need a little more recognition to make it through those days. Let's turn our attention to our schools and our students. There are so many great things that are happening on a daily basis. You can go to a Facebook page right now for any of the high schools and you can see the amazing things that they're doing in the classroom. These activities do deserve to be recognized. Let's start at Nasmith River High School. Their recent Earth Day education fair, or their Honor Society stuffed animal drive, or even their Students versus Suffolk police officers game. Maybe we could recognize some Lakeland High School students where they have been featured in the Suffolk News Herald numerous times for their notable activities and or alumni. The football players who have committed to go to college, or their essay contest winners. We can even recognize Kings Fork High School, where their band continually receives top honors in band competitions this school year, or their girls track and field team for winning their first regional championship in the school's history, or their school's 84% graduation rate. My 2 high schoolers go to Kings Fork High School. Most recent successes can be seen in Courtney Turan, Jasmine Myrick, who is here with us this evening, Caitlin McLeod, Noelle Ingram, and Sydney Barnes. All Suffolk Public School students. These students moderated our chapter's school board meet and greet, a community event that was hosted on Wednesday, May 3rd at Nasman River High School. These young ladies generated their own questions to present to the school board members who attended. Unfortunately, only 3 of the school board members were able to witness this in person. An invitation was sent to all 7 school board members. Only 3 responded to attend, 3 declined, and 1 did not take the time to respond to me at all. It is time to change our perspective starting today. Our children, my children, deserve to be casted in a positive light above all else. The wave of positivity and camaraderie begins with you. Remember, together we are better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Jasmine Marek, Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow program. Why is the program only in one high school?
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Marek. I live at 105K Forest Oak Lane. I'm here tonight to talk about the Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow program. So back in my junior year, a few students and I wanted to join the program because we wanted to become educators. As we talked with our guidance counselors, we found out there was no transportation to get us to Nasman River to take this course. There was no way we could drive to go take this course. And due to the course not being at Lakeland High School, we were not able to take the course. To us, it was disheartening knowing we want to be future educators and to come in and teach the next generation. As I always tell my mother, I told her after I finish college, I want to come back here in Suffolk and teach the next generation. So as I stand here today, my question is, how can we bring this program not only to Lakeland High School, but to Kingsford High School so we can create a fair and opportunity for all the students who want to become future educators? Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, our next speaker is Mr. Travis McKinney, Leadership Young Lion.
Travis McKinney, 2804 Lake Cahoon. Everybody with the packages, go to page 10 in your package. March 9th, school board meeting. The school administration took up 3 hours and 45 minutes out of a 5-hour-long period of time frame. And in that time frame, the chair told the public who came to show up for the hearing, the public hearing to the budget, that they had 3 minutes in order to make their presentation. And when that challenged on that, he said, that's my right. But he also says something like he said earlier tonight, time, clock, press for time. But strangely enough, the non-agenda speakers, which were 3 times the numbers of the people that showed up for the public hearing, were given 5 minutes of time to speak. And I kind of puzzled through that. Why? That doesn't make any sense. That breaks the pattern, right? We're trying to press for time. We're going to limit people to 4 minutes tonight instead of 5 minutes. Then it dawned on me that 2 speakers were brought in by the superintendent to make their presentation. And of one of the speakers, one got 6 minutes of time. We watched the chair consistently push the time, warn of the time, challenge the time, but we have one person who walks in the room to make racially charged accusations, and she's given 6 minutes of time. Mr. Rick, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if you're distracted by real-life events or what is going on. But you and I, when you first got elected, I was one of the first in the public to congratulate you on your chair position. And I came in here in February, and I said, congratulations again, and I have great hope for change. And we sat there and talked and had a conversation in this room about racism and the racial attacks and all this racial noise going on in the background. And I even brought up the mention of Dr. Brooks' books and her bigoted comment that she made a couple of years ago. And you told me at that time frame that you admonished her for those remarks that she had made. And you sit here and you say, oh, we're getting rid of the isms, we're going to move forward. We have the elephant in the room. Where's the leadership? For the last 2 months, we've been watching racism thrown at us. We've been watching racial attacks. We've had a school board member publicly slandered for racist. And that just raises to the level of slander. And you've said nothing. You sat there and you have said nothing. I don't know what happened to you. That's not the change you promised. You come in here and you say, we're going to move forward in the elephant in the room. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What is going on is not a food fight of racism. There's no racism being directed to this board. Everybody knows that. What's being directed to this board is a clash of values. We have a group of traditional values, and we have a progressive ideology, and we have a clash in the middle of it. And what's going on when the administration comes in here and controls the clock, controls the field, controls the dog and pony, it happens every time. And you sit there and head nod the agenda, and yes, and then all of a sudden you're going to take away time from the public who walks up here and says, we want to have a word with you, but you're going to limit our time. But yet you give the administration every room in the world to make their speeches and presentations. Where's the leadership? I don't know. This is ridiculous, what's going on. It's ridiculous that you allow this narrative that you know is false to continue. It is ridiculous that you sit there and smile when you very well know that all the accusations have been brought before this board and everything that you've heard said pushed back out into the public is garbage, and you know full well that it is. You have a good night.
Thank you so much. At this time, our next speaker will be Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, and her topic is Virginia Supreme Court decision.
Sorry, give me just a second. Thank you for your patience. I apologize. Well, these comments do not include 3 of your board members. They do not include Dr. Brittingham, Mrs. Slingluff, or our vice chair. They were not around at this time. You know, it's been almost 2 years since you had me escorted out of the meeting room at the Prudence Center. I remember walking into the room and seeing and hearing the board chair explain that the meeting was a closed one. I was told I would have to leave the room and go sit in the lobby to watch a meeting. A lobby, by the way, that had nothing to let the public even know that was where the superintendent and board chair wanted us to sit. I entered the meeting room and sat down at an empty table near the door, and I was told it was for staff. No problem. I got up and got a chair on the side of the room and sat there. If you've ever been in a meeting or a conference or church and someone comes in needing a chair, you just grab one of the empties and use it. And that's what I did. But you really didn't care that empty chairs were readily available, with even room to spread them out and allow more clients in, citizens in. You simply didn't want me to be in the meeting. I reminded you again that by law, I could be in the meeting. I reminded you of FOIA law. One of your board members even reminded you of FOIA law and asked you to let me stay. But you didn't. Nobody called Megan at the Virginia Coalition for Open Government, and nobody checked with though a previous judge from a different FOIA case that you lost told you to do so whenever you have a question. Rather, your superintendent and chair came over to where I was sitting and told me to go leave and watch in a different space. Both people, by the way, were much closer to me than I would have liked, telling me that if I didn't leave, the police would escort me out of the room and off the premises. All while your lawyer sat there looking my way, eyes wide open, but not doing a thing about it. All while school board members ate breakfast. And all while one school board member made a video of me being escorted out and giving approval with a big smile. The superintendent had given him an up sign for success in getting me removed. You painted me as something I am not. And I guess there will be a way to deal with that in the upcoming months. And as if the humiliation and embarrassment of being removed from the premises wasn't enough, you followed it up with a certified letter banning me from every single school property, unless I had special permission from the superintendent. And let me tell you, if I didn't ask in the right way, it came back to me. And he wouldn't approve it. Sure, I raised my voice at that meeting. Not that loud, by the way, but any of you would have. I'm human. It's a normal reaction to being kicked out of a place. And I was mad and humiliated. Who wouldn't be when you're ganged up on? I held my ground because I know that legally I could be in the room. You broke the law when you asked me to leave. You broke the law when you asked me to be escorted out by the police. It's almost over now. I didn't wear out. I won out. You broke the law, and the law won.
The next speaker is Mike Ralston, Academics, Athletics, Safety, Family, Culture, Board/School Interaction, Transparency, Accountability, and Oversight.
Hello, y'all. Well, let's see, how much time do we have? Right there. The clerk said I could have 10 minutes. Ms. Gardner? He's up here a little bit. It's okay, it's okay. There's a lot of angst going on in here, you know? But anyway, let me get started because I only got the 4 minutes. My name is Mike Ralston. I'm a Christian. I'm coming here as a Christian. There's about 75–80% of the Americans are Christians, so I think I'm speaking to most people here. Those that are not Christian, I'm talking from a common sense, moral compass attitude. This is where I'm coming from. So let me get right to it. The number one thing, and I think everybody agrees, so I'm looking at academics. That's really where they succeed. And academics is more than reading, writing, and math. It's the ability to think and reason. So that's really why I'm coming here. This is my first time at a school board meeting because I've just been seeing what's going on out there and I'm concerned. So I'm coming before you, letting you know that, and letting you know that I'm working to support people that share these beliefs and values about the children. I know there's been a lot of talk about that, athletics. I love sports, grew up with it, baseball, football, basketball. However, if it interferes with the academics of the rest of the children, there's got to be a balance there. For example, 2% of kids that graduate high school get a scholarship. And if we look at approximately 13,800 kids from K to 12, that means that there's 13,524 children that will not receive a scholarship throughout the 12 years. So let's pay attention to the academics as much as I love the athletics. And that's something you all have to come to amongst yourselves. But I'm just expressing my thoughts here on what the important issues are pertaining to kids. Going down the list here, safety, I think we could all agree on that. I was disheartened by some of that funding being pulled out of there. I'm also an advocate for having certain personnel in the schools to conceal carry because it's a proven fact that when people target schools, they target the ones that they don't have any ability to defend themselves. Also, going from a Christian perspective too, I'm seeing a lot of noise about transgender. I don't think I've seen this in the public schools, but when you're dealing with kids, you could talk them into believing anything. So let's just be mindful of trying to push changing somebody's sexual birth into something it's not. And I'm speaking as a Christian as well as a moral compass person and a person with common sense here. That's going on to safety. The next one is parents. The parents are have the ultimate authority over their kids. Some parents, obviously there's systems in place for those that don't do too well with social services, but it's the parents' responsibility
for their children when it comes to a lot of the other things outside of academics. And I would caution the school system to make sure that they adhere to respecting the parents and what is best for their kids, especially on the social level. Also going down now to the school board, man, I've heard a whole lot of things about, the racism, so I'm going to chime in here with that. It exists. There's certain people that hate each other, all right? And it's on all sides. And I can go across the globe, so it's not just here in Suffolk. It's everywhere. But the beauty of it is that's a very small portion of the population. So I also know that racism is used to deflect from conversations. It's used to slander people. I also know, most importantly, that at a higher level in the United States, when you're talking about wealthy, elite people with a lot of power, they want nothing more than to see division between black and white people, all right? So I would like everybody to kind of refrain from that and do what they can to not buy into that. Because my experience has been that a majority of people I meet of all walks of life are really good people, and I have a good time with them. So I just want to express that and just ask you, as you're having your political differences, to be mindful of that. And also, let's not lose focus, and it's all about the children. Okay? So those are some of the topics I wanted to cover. The last one is going to be on the transparency, accountability, and oversight. I know I ran out of time, so sorry about that. But with transparency, accountability, and oversight, that's where you gain the trust of the people, because ultimately you work for the people. So thank you. Apologies to Ms. Gardner, because I was picking on you a little bit there. But that's what I have to say tonight. And God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ms. Belinda Pitts. Her topic is appreciation for the collaboration with the board and superintendent with Suffolk alumni for our community service events and the encouragement of positive interaction and decorum with one another as we seek to assist students and teachers. Ms. Pitts.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Board Members, Superintendent, I am Belinda Scott Pitts, President of the Suffolk Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and I reside at 416 Collier Crescent here in the city of Suffolk. Understanding that you as a board are charged with making decisions that affect our children and build our community, decisions that sometimes can be quite difficult or require sifting through a great deal of information, I commend you for your sacrifice and your dedication while serving your elected role. We appreciate, with following proper protocol, you have allowed us to utilize several of your schools for our community events. And to show our appreciation, we have made a financial donation directly to your school. We want to thank the 3 board members who were able to participate in our meet and greet on the chapter sponsored on May the 3rd. I also want to thank your superintendent and one of your school board members who collaborated with us last year for our Read Across America Day. We want to thank our school board member and your chief of schools who participated this year in our Read Across America Day. And because collaborations such as these enable us to work together to define and co-create environments that allow students, families, and the public to learn, grow, and thrive, it is my hope that in the future, the schedule of the remaining board members or all of the board members will allow you to participate with us in the future, because these 2 events are activities that the chapter plans to hold each year. Delta Sigma Theta is comprised of over 350,000 college-educated women, over 1,000 chapters worldwide, and Suffolk Alumni is one of those chapters. And just like you, we are committed to the constructive development of our members, but in your case, your students, your teachers, and your staff. We boldly confront challenges of not only African Americans, but all Americans. Our purpose is to provide assistance and support through established programs throughout the Suffolk community. One of those established programs is educational development.
our children are facing system issues, social microaggressions at alarming rates. We thank you for having teachers who are poised to provide safe and healthy environments where optimism, faith, fortitude, genius, self-worth, and self-love exist without boundaries. Therefore, we support you in the Suffolk Public Schools. We support your leadership uptown and downtown, your professional and capable teachers and staff, students, and you, the board. We support you as well. Not because we have members in your schools, we have members on your leadership team, we even have members on your board, but because it is imperative that we all stand together strongly. Among over the 350,000 members of Delta, we come from different backgrounds, cultures, beliefs, even races. However, we have one equal concern for our respective communities and the quality of our children's education. In closing, as professional adults who are always being watched, we want to set examples for students on how to handle conflict management. I encourage governance and decorum as you advocate and collaborate with each other and the school district while building the future of education for our students matriculating in the Suffolk Public Schools. As a grandmother who currently has 5 grandchildren in the school, I thank you for all that you've done and all that you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pitts. Our next speaker is Ms. Janet McKinney, a well-informed public.
Janet McKinney, 2804 Lake Cahoon Point, Suffolk. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. Thomas Jefferson. Last month, the superintendent commented about his hostile workplace environment complaint, saying it did not occur solely, quote, did not occur solely on the basis of race, but it did prove that all the accusations I had were true. That is not accurate. The conclusion by McGuire Woods states, by a preponderance of the evidence, our investigation generally confirmed the underlying facts identified in the complaint. Based on the evidence, we cannot conclude a legally actionable hostile work environment based on race. In other words, the investigation confirmed the facts in general, but there is no evidence to support the allegation of racist behavior. As a matter of fact, the word color, as in person of color, is only found twice in the superintendent's complaint, and the word race or racism doesn't appear in the complaint at all. The complaint does not cite any specific examples of racism, merely allegations that the adverse actions were due to race. This does not meet the legal threshold for racism as borne out by the investigation and specifically stated by the investigating firm in their report. Superintendent also mentioned the desegregation order which continues to govern Suffolk Public Schools. But he mentioned the order in such a backhanded way as to slander the residents of Suffolk. Perhaps facts about the order should be provided. The case is styled United States of America versus School Board of the City of Suffolk et al. Case number 27CV392 in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, Norfolk Division. Case was initiated on May 27, 1970. On October 18, 1971, the court approved the board's desegregation plan, and by order of the court dated May 24, 1978, the matter was removed from the active docket. In 2009, the United States initiated a review of the division's plan to build new schools. A consent order was entered on December 18, 2014, addressing student assignment, which includes attendance zones and student demographics per school, as well as facilities, extracurricular activities, transportation, and faculty staff assignment throughout the division. As an aside, last month, a citizen discussed her FOIA request as to faculty and staff demographics. It was alleged that her request was racist in nature. In reality, her request mirrors the information the district is required by the consent order to provide to the United States. A second consent order was entered on March 20, 2017, and is the most current order. Pursuant to that consent order, the board has satisfied the United States regarding the vestiges of segregation as to faculty and staff assignments, extracurricular activities, transportation, and facilities.
and has therefore attained partial unitary status. Student assignment, including discipline, remains under judicial supervision per the consent order. Finally, the consent order provides that on or after the start of the 2021 school year, the board may move for a declaration of unitary status and final dismissal of the case. As no such motion has been filed, it must be concluded the board continues to strive to attain student assignment as outlined in the court order. After reading the court file, it is obvious the burden to have this matter fully adjudicated lies solely with the school board and the superintendent. The superintendent are either careless or they are intended to cast aspersions. When his statements regarding the hostile workplace complaint and the desegregation order are taken together, sadly, the presumption is that he intends to cast aspersions.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. At this time, our next speaker is Mr. Edward Woodis, and he is speaking along the topics of training.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Gordon, excuse me, Board Chairman, Mr. Riddick, and Vice Chair, Ms. Howell, distinguished board members, officials, and administrators, good evening. My name is Edward Woodis. I reside at 1702 Sawgrass Lane in Portsmouth, Virginia. I'm an employee of Suffolk Public Schools, and I've been teaching here for the past 22 years. On April 6, 2023, I came to work as usual and opened my laptop to see emails, and I read a news headline that says, "Suspect in Wednesday night fatal shooting in custody after turning himself in." I was mortified to read that the suspect was 18 years old and the victim was also 18 years old. I had seen the suspect before. I don't know whether it was a football game or some other system event, but my heart ached, and today I still get emotional at the thought of this incident. My initial thought was, what are we doing here? These were our students, our children, our products, and this product just got out of the process, and this is the result. As I realized that it can I realize this can happen anywhere, and some students are just difficult to help, but issues like this are too great and too large to allow to slip through the cracks. When I was first hired here in Suffolk, I met the late Mr. Gene Davis and Ms. Karen Brickey and Mr. Thomas McLemore, who's long since retired. I was very impressed and proud to have the opportunity to work here in Suffolk Public Schools. Mr. Davis and Ms. Brickey interviewed me with all kinds of questions on my education and experience having taught band for 4 years previous in Milwaukee, Wisconsin Public Schools. I was happy to know that we knew so many of the same people here in Hampton Roads. I was most impressed when I talked with the former principal, Mr. Thomas McLemore. He had a television on a cart in his office, and he showed me a video of the marching band and asked me the question, "Can you do this here?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he pointed to some of his favorite students on the screen, and I was amazed that he knew all of their names. He said, "Mr. Woodis, we know your expertise, but can you cook? Can you clean?" I was baffled at the question, but I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "All that we ask you to do is teach our children, our kids. If you have to cook or clean or wipe their nose, we need you to take care of them." I appreciated that, and when I went through the Leadership Academy here in Suffolk Public Schools, Mr. Talmadge Darden encouraged us to get our CDLs and to be able to drive the bus, because if there was a need, the principal must be able to fill that need. I appreciated that in every school and in every school meeting I ever attended here, everyone stood up when someone prayed and everyone said the Pledge of Allegiance. I was honored that everyone stopped in the hallways during a minute of silence. But today I asked myself, what happened? I was very impressed with our superintendent, Dr. Gordon, in 2020, when every student in Suffolk Public Schools was issued their individual laptop. Dr. Gordon has led the way in Hampton Roads in providing the tools for our students to be successful. He continues to be a beacon light for Suffolk Public Schools. Suffolk Public Schools provided free lunches, supplies, water bottles, clear backpacks, lunches to students, and food to families every day throughout that pandemic. SPS even delivered meals to students at their bus stops during virtual mode. We are raising our children and providing them with resources, but what happened to the training? You can raise cattle, you can raise corn, you can raise butter beans, you can raise tomatoes, but what about the training?
As I ponder the situation, a Bible scripture comes to mind, Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way it should go, and when it's old, it won't depart from it. I understand that the subject of this scripture is you and me. Parents, we need you to help us. Teachers, we need to remind students and parents that it's very difficult to receive instruction if the student is not trained to receive the instruction. Even tomatoes need to be trained. You put a basket around it so that the fruit won't fall to the ground, and the insects won't eat them, and the food won't fall through the cracks in the dirt. Please do not forget that we must not be afraid to train our students. Band directors and coaches know all too well that students must be trained in order to perform at the levels that we ask them. Today, I just want to remind you all that teachers need training, and teachers need to know how to train students and parents how to operate within our school system. We cannot allow our students to leave us without the proper training. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woodis. At this time, our next speaker is Sean Markley, FOIA request process and school safety.
Good evening, Suffolk School Board. My name is Sean Markley. I get my mail at 4897 Bennett's Pasture Road, 23435. I'd like to talk about the FOIA case appeal loss. 13 days ago, I saw in the Suffolk News Herald that you guys lost the appeal. The few questions I have, and first I just want to congratulate Dr. Wallstrom for her diligence in winning that case. I know that wasn't easy, and I know it wasn't fun. $19,500 she got. And it only cost us, what, $500,000? That's insane. I can't believe that. And I guess we're supposed to be comforted to know that the insurance paid for that, but then you have to ask yourself, how much did the premiums go up on our insurance? Because I haven't filed a claim on my house, and it's gone up like exponentially, so I can only imagine what that has done. I'd rather be your friend than your enemy, and I'd rather work with you than work against you. But whose decision was it to appeal? I only saw 3 names in the article. It was Superintendent Gordon, Board Member Buck, and the lawyer. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name. But nobody had a comment. Nobody had a comment at all. And I'm reminded of a little saying that I saw earlier today in Ms. Gardner's email. If you're wrong, own up to what you didn't do right. That's how you learn and earn respect. Boy, that is true. And I would have been happy with maybe, I don't know, the attorney saying, we made a mistake, we're sorry, it won't happen again. I would have respected that, other than no comment. I just can't believe that. You know, it's almost like you're spending money that isn't yours. And I know you don't have to answer my questions, but I'd really like to know, was there a with vetting that approval for an appeal? Was it the whole board, or was it just a few people? I'd like to know. I'd also like to talk about school safety. I know some people have brought up a parent volunteer force, or, you know, a dad's in the schools, or, I mean, I'd just be happy with parents in the schools. You know, there's parents out there that would be happy to volunteer. You know, I'm one of them. My kids have been, I've been involved in Suffolk Public Schools for 21 years. I've got 4 kids, and they were fortunate enough to go to elementary, middle, and high school here. And I've seen a lot of things change, and not for the better. And I wish that wasn't so. Because again, I'd rather work with you. Even a mentoring program for kids.
You know, a lot of times kids act out because they're you know, not getting any attention, and they don't feel like they are special. And I think there's a lot of things that can be done. After looking at that budget information, though, I guess pay is probably out of the question for these parents, which would be fine. But that's all the time I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markley. Our next speaker is Mr. Chris Dove. His topic is school funding, the impact of residential zoning on schools.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Dove. I live at 852 Colonel Meade Drive, Suffolk, Virginia. The first item that you'll see in front of you is a PowerPoint slide from the city presentation for the budget. It says the budget priorities include investment in public education. And it shows that they increased the budget by $2 million. And you'll see at the bottom where the local funds for the schools has progressively increased in a linear fashion. What concerns me is on the next sheet, it actually shows a sheet off of the budget. And instead of showing a $2 million increase, it shows that the city local support reduction to request was $2 million. So the school requested $2 million extra dollars, and the city decided that they didn't want to do that. And this evening, you had to deal with that by going ahead and getting rid of safety officers because the city just couldn't go ahead and find another $2 million. Something to be aware of is that the budget of the city went up $117 million from last year. $117 million, but they couldn't find $2 million for the schools, for safety officers. In addition to that, you'll notice that the budget from last year is $7 million more than this year's budget. Total budget for operating expenses for the schools. So the city didn't just decrease the budget by $2 million, they actually decreased total spending by $7 million. Yes, that's a lot of federal and state dollars as well, but the bottom line is you don't get to run the school by what just the city gives you. You have to go ahead and have a total budget, and that's where the city has let you down. The next sheet is made of graphs that I made off of the Superintendent of Public Education for the state of Virginia. These numbers give you an idea of where Suffolk stands in their total expenditures for public per student for education over the last 12 years. Most recent, I was able to get a week and a half ago, get the 2022 numbers. Where Suffolk was apparently increasing and looking better, well, we're number last again. Suffolk has spent last, except for in 2021, for total expenditures for students every year for the last several years, decades in fact. Another point I'd like to point out is the locality's ability to pay per student. The ability to pay per student, you'll see the three highest per capita income cities, Virginia Beach, Suffolk, and Chesapeake. Suffolk is actually number 2 now. And you'll notice that Suffolk, once again, is last on the amount of money that they spend per their ability to spend. So once again, the city is going ahead and trying to show that they can they're providing public education as a priority, yet when you actually look at the numbers, you'll find out that Suffolk keeps public education the last of any city in this Tidewater area.
And finally, in the last section I'd like to talk about is the facility study that you had is out of date. The numbers that they used to determine capacities in school were not adopted to the UDO. The last chart you see are those numbers adopted to the UDO, and you'll see that middle schools are good, but the elementary schools and the high schools do not have the capacity for current enrollment, let alone any advancement. Please take that for action. Our students are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dove, for the information and for coming out tonight. Want to thank all speakers for coming out. At this time, we will have business by board members. Board members, please bear in mind that there is a motion to go in another closed session after this. So let's use our time wisely. Board members. We're going to start with board member Slingloff.
Well, I'll give a couple quick shout outs. First of all, I would like to shout out to all the teachers in Suffolk Public Schools and anyone that gets to watch this to say thank you for all your hard work. You are the reason why we are here, you and the students, and if it weren't for you, then our students wouldn't have the opportunity that they have to learn and to grow, so thank you for your investment in our kids. Also, I'd like to thank the Safety Audit Committee for a job well done. I'd like to thank Ms. Carr and John Yates Middle School Chorus for a fantastic presentation this evening, and congratulate all the honors graduates and all the graduates from Lakeland High School. And I would like to the board, I would like to make a request. Going back to the presentation that Mr. Hines put on this evening. Again, I would like to thank you for that presentation. I would like to make a request for consideration from the board that we would possibly go back to the Policy Review Committee to consider revisiting the purchasing of goods and services to specify parameters which determine when the superintendent brings projects to the board for approval, and to require that such presentations highlight the impact on students, the support for staff, and the fiscal ability and functionality that the school system has to meet those requests. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Slingloff. At this time, we'll have Board Member Barham.
Mr. Chair, a couple of comments ditto to what Ms. Slingloff said. Special thank you to the Safety Audit Committee for that detailed report. Excellent information coming from that committee. I encourage the Safety Audit Committee to share their concerns with the City Council and our mayor. We have a lot of safety concerns. This evening, we voted on a budget to cut 28 positions, safety positions. And safety, as Ms. Slingloff reminded us, was what we said we were really working for this year, safety and academics. And we are not doing that. I hope they will reevaluate, and I hope the public will speak out to them on this. Thank you to Mr. Hines for his overview and review of the purchasing process. I think you highlighted that Suffolk Public Schools exceeds many of the state mandates for purchasing process, which I think many people might not be aware of. Also, thank you to all our teachers. Teacher Appreciation Week is this week, and we know you are doing above and beyond the call of duty, and we appreciate you, and I hope the public also appreciates you and your students. Thank you to Ms. Page, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Pitts, Mr. Dove, and Mr. Woodis for his comments this evening. I worked with Mr. Woodis for many years at Nansemond River High School, and he was speaking the truth. We are failing there on training. We need to work to remedy these problems in our society, and it pains me too, Ed. It pains me to read those every day. Congratulations to Ms. Carr and her group from John Yates, and thank you for the excellent congratulatory thing for our music and education to be recognized nationally. That's very important, and I thank all of those who contributed, the students, the teachers, and those leaders in those fields.
Congratulations to Lakeland honor graduates and all of their graduates. Many of those students, I've been on the board a long time. I've seen them grow through early start programs, elementary, middle, high school, sports, academics, IB, all types of wonderful programs, biomedical and so forth, and I have seen a lot of them really do outstanding things. They have really made us a success, and I appreciate them. And also, some of those up there, I even taught some of their parents, and I didn't even realize it until I read all those names again. But thank you to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our next speaker would be Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you to our chair. Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank all of the work session presenters. You all did an amazing job, and we were well informed. Thank you to the board members, staff, and Dr. Gordon for supporting me in my first regional 2 VSBA spring conference. And Dr. Gordon, you did an amazing job presenting and speaking to us. And thank you to Ala White for hosting all of the school board members in this whole district, as well as Ala White. We had a great time. Thank you to Delta Sigma Theta. We still have, I think, 2 here for allowing us to come and share with you, the board members. We had a great time, and it was an honor to be with those students who spoke so well and will be representing us well when they go off to college. Thank you to the choir, who was amazing. As always, I love to hear those sopranos, and you were hitting those high notes, and I was excited about that. I've been traveling throughout our district to our athletic programs during this season with tennis and track, and it just does my heart good to see all of the students and their parents and grandparents participating. When we were at Lakeland for the track meet and other districts were coming, they are in awe of our facilities, and you had to bring chairs to put out on the lawn because our bleachers were filled, and that's what I like to see, and that's why we need to continue to make our facilities available for our kids, so we know that at least we have 500-600 kids in a safe place at one time. Thank you to my Nansemond Parkway family for meeting me out at Nansemond Parkway on Sunday evening, where we took chalk and we decorated the whole sidewalk and underneath the gable where the teachers could walk in on Monday morning and saw the things the student drew for them. Unfortunately, at 8 o'clock, the rain came and washed a lot of it away, but some was still there, and they were very appreciative. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for being an amazing superintendent and representing us well, and your staff, because you cannot do it alone. God bless.
Thank you, Board Member Jenkins. At this time, Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say ditto to everything that everyone else has said. I have to acknowledge my sisters in the red and white and red and black who were here and acknowledge their presence. And thank you, Dr. Gordon, for the job you've done. Those who know me know that I have issues with falsehoods and misinformation, so I'd like to correct some things. There was not one trial that cost anybody $500 million. There were 3 trials. The first court hearing was, and none had anything to do with children or with staff. And I need to make that clear. None had to do with the business of the school board. It had to do with a school board member who is no longer with us, who was upset because she didn't get invited to a meeting with the mayor. The next one had to do with a school board member, that same school board member who could not bring her phone into a closed meeting to record what was going on in the closed meeting. And the third one had to do with the person who interjected herself into a work session and refused to sit in the seats that were reserved for the public. There are some misrepresentations with regard to where, what, and who said what. Nobody told anybody about a closed meeting. That was not true. But I do want to say this, that when we get to this season every year, and I think this is pertinent for this time, it's very important, because we have these budget season distractions every year. We get this kind of thing where people show up with something that has nothing to do with anything that is important. And for the speaker who came and talked about the budget, when we want to turn our attention away from what is important, and that's the children, the staff, and the budget, we come up with some things that we just throw up against the wall, and I believe these things are true. Mr. Waller did not represent us with these cases, the 3 cases. Our insurance company represented us, and the fact is our insurance rates did not go up. Dr. Gordon and I were not found guilty in any case. Neither was any other school board member individually. And if you read the whole thing, then you know that. There are things that are important. And the last case, there was a 4th case, and that was mine, which nobody seemed to be mentioning, because that was one that they lost when they tried to unseat me. It did not work because the people who made charges against me and didn't realize that I wasn't chair of the school board, and that's what their whole case was based on, that as chair of the school board, I made these decisions by myself. The problems they had occurred while Mrs. Byram was chair, and as you can see, even though we're sisters, we don't look very much alike, so it's hard to get us confused with one another. So I think that we need to understand that there are some things that we need to make clear, and there are a lot of misrepresentations made here, and they should not go out to the public. Racism is a problem, but it's a problem, as one of the speakers said, everywhere. And it's a problem if people continue to make it a problem and go into denial. And there's a writer, not me, I am a researcher and I do have public works, but there is a writer who said, Jim Crow has now become Jane Doe data analyst. We need to be mindful of what people put out there and what they pretend to see and not see. There are problems. If we refuse to acknowledge that there are problems, we will never face up to those problems and resolve them. If we put a nice face on bigotry, we won't ever look for solutions for bigotry. And we need to realize that. The first case that we had that we took to the Supreme Court, Mr. Waller did represent us when we went to the Supreme Court, and the decisions were reversed. When we came back, the judge got to award fees to whatever the circuit court judge did, but it wasn't because we lost, it was because we won. This time when we did not win, was a decision made, and that's the way it goes. But that's the truth, and it's important that we deal with the truth and facts. Now, while that story might not appear in the news, that's the fact, that's the truth. And the truth is we need to be focused on this and not somebody who needs a lot of attention. Have a blessed night as far as I am concerned, and thank you for the work that you do, staff. Thank you, Mr. Riddick, for the time you gave me.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. Our next speaker is Board Member Brittingham.
Good evening. I'll keep it short. I'm losing my voice. I know this doesn't sound pretty. I just want to congratulate the members on the Safety Audit Committee. They did an excellent job. That report was phenomenal, and I appreciate the hard work that went into that. Mr. Hines, I appreciate you coming and providing us with information tonight. It was very informative, and I'm hoping that the information will help us craft better policy in the future. I also want to congratulate John Yates Middle School's choral presentation. Beautiful voices. Those children are very talented and gifted. I also would like to say a shout out to the school nurses. Yesterday was National School Nurse Day, along with it being Teacher Appreciation Week. But with those nurses being dropped in the middle of the week like that, I just want to make sure that they know that we appreciate them as much as we appreciate all the staff and the teachers of Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. Our next comments is Vice Chair Howell.
give you all the excruciating pain of listing all the accolades again and just say I agree with everything that everyone has said, congratulating our staff, our students, and our partners in the community. I will briefly say that, yeah, the budget situation is a heartbreaker for all of us, and I asked some naive questions hoping I had found a magical solution, and I didn't honestly expect it wasn't something that Ms. Forsman already thought of. I'm just grasping at straws at this point and operating on a wing and a prayer. So I do hope the community watches this and then encourages their council members and the mayor to just consider the spot that we're in and the climate that we're in, and meet us in the middle. There's no point in blaming, who went first and whose mistrust came first and whose accusation came first. None of that moves the students forward, none of that. Let's deal with the facts. We're $2 million short. Is it available in city council's budget? If it is, just consider partnering on this journey with us and knowing that I'm accountable for my word when I tell you that I'll return it if the state comes through. I will fight for that to be held to be true. I would like to request that the board, a nod to Mr. Woodis and the training comment and the community involvement that was the hallmark of public education, probably when you started teaching when I was in public school and Miss Byram was my teacher, and my parents, much to my chagrin, were very involved in everywhere I looked. I would like to get back to that for the benefit of the kids and the parents and the teachers. It serves multiple purposes. So with that, I would request that the board considers establishing a citizen academy to give the community insight into the workings of the board, and enables them to partner with us for the benefit of the students and the staff of Suffolk Public Schools. I didn't exactly know what a board member did until I started this journey, and I'm still learning every day what is and isn't my responsibility or my purview. And so I can imagine the majority of the community out there is in the same boat I was in almost 2 years ago. And so I would just like for that to be considered. You all have a good evening. God bless. We are almost there, friends. Almost to the end of the school year. Hang in there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Howell. I'm going to keep my remarks lengthy but brief. First and foremost, I want to say if you all didn't get an opportunity to attend the Teacher of the Year and Ricky Teacher of the Year banquet, you really missed a treat. It was very heartwarming to hear all of those classic examples of what we do in SPS every day. The steps our teachers jump and go above and beyond. With that being said, I'm about to put on my preacher hat here. And my sermon topic is, it is time to close the chapter and turn the page. It is time to close the chapter and turn the page. The time to write the next chapter in Suffolk Public School story is now. Prior to COVID closures, Suffolk Public Schools, we was on the cusp of becoming one of the greatest school divisions in the state of Virginia. We were fully accredited by the old and new standard. We had just got the great news about our first blue ribbon school. We was on the cusp of having another blue ribbon school, process of completing the paperwork. And then life happened, things changed. Our today and tomorrow will never be as it was yesterday. We will never go back to the same normal we had prior to COVID. We will never go back to the same normal prior to all of the other stuff we encountered. But what we have to realize is that we have been focusing on the wrong stuff. We have people who are so caught up in emotions, focused at each other, that they forget the main objective, and that's the children. We have people in groups so busy trying to prove one another wrong that they forget the main objective, and that is the children. It's not about us, it's not about you, but it's all about our children. Because we are still stuck on the last 4 years, we cannot move forward. Let's talk about how we move forward from the things that we had to learn and grow together, such as on the 28th of each month, we post division-wide every meeting of the Suffolk School Board for the incoming month. We give speakers an opportunity to speak. Our clerk went above and beyond today to make sure that one speaker still made it on the agenda. So when people use the narrative that we're not being transparent, that we're not being forthcoming, everybody has their right to their opinion, including the judge. A lot of our cases, yes, I said it, a lot of our cases were the first time it was heard. We set the precedence of it. So it wasn't as if we was willy-nilly breaking laws and things like that. If you don't know, you don't know. But let's move forward. It's spilled milk. Let's mop it up. Let's throw the rag away. And let's celebrate our kids. This is a distraction taken away from all of the great successes that if you was at that benefits, that Teacher of the Year banquet, you heard some things that was newspaper worthy. You heard how one teacher touched children's lives day to day. And now we're distracted by the wrong stuff. And it's impeding our judgment. It's impeding how we entreat one another. We're more standoffish than we are to bring people closer together. Let's get back to business. And that business is only to provide a quality education to our children. Let's stop gambling and rolling the dice on someone else's children. My children are a product of Suffolk Public Schools. I have 2 kids that's about to come into public schools. I have 36 nieces and nephews who I went through, and some are about to come out. I got 6 coming out this June. I had 13 children that I've driven the bus and mentored come across that slide tonight. It is not about the foolishness, y'all. Let's close the chapter and turn the page. All right? At this time, we're going to have an offering. I'm just playing. We're going to move forward with the next item on our agenda, which is a motion to go in closed session.
To discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. The discussion and/or consideration of a student disciplinary matter that would involve the disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, and more specifically, a student appeal from the recommendation imposing a long-term suspension, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711 1A2 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion that's been made by Board Member Byron and second by Board Member Swingler. Madam Clerk, could you call roll?
Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingla?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Board members, please recall that we cannot bring our technology in. You can bring your Chromebooks, but not your cell phones or Apple Watches. Where am I at? Okay. All right. I forgot how to come out of closed session. We need a motion to come out of closed session.
Certify this closed meeting.
Yes.
Resolution of certification of the second closed meeting of May 11th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the school board of the city of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered. Suffolk.
So moved.
Second.
The motion that's been made by Board Member Byram and second by Board Member Brittingham. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item. All right, next we have the action on the closed meeting item. Attorney Waller.
The motion is needed that student appeal 2223-2 be denied and that the long-term suspension be upheld with the recommendation that the IEP team reconvene to determine the need for ESY, any further evaluations, and proper placement for the 2023-24 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, who moved and who seconded?
The motion was moved by Board Member Brittingham, second by Board Member Brooksbuck. There being no discussion, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The remaining items on the agenda are informational. Board members, you can read that at your leisure time. At this time, the Suffolk Public School Board meeting is hereby adjourned. Oh, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
No, you have to, I can't make a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Howell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Brittingham. Any discussion?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick?
Yes.
Motion passed.
You're hereby adjourned.
Praise the Lord.
Ms. Hicks, Ms. Johnson, thank you.